Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki Jumuiya yetu, uzalendo pia mshikamano iwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike. Jumuiya yetu, viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tulijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Mwami Mana, turaguhaye icyubahiro, turaje imbere yawe Mwami tugushima kuko ari ubereye amashimwe. Reka tugushimire ku munsi nk'uyu, igitondo cyiza, uwundi munsi Mwami wanje washizeho kugira tunezererwe. None Mana turagushimiye kuko kuva dutangura iki gikorwa twarabonye ikiganza cyawe uri kumwe natwe nta nkeka, n'ejo twarabibonye wadukoreye ibikomeye, tworeka gushimira. None n'ubu turaguhamagaye Imana nzima, ubane natwe, ubane n'umwe wese. Data mwiza, abantu bose bari muri iki gikorwa ubaha amagara meza, ubahe Mwami kuyaga bashyira hamwe. Turiko dukora igikorwa Mwami mwiza cyo guteza imbere uyu muryango wa Afrika y'ubuseruko. Urabibamo Mana nzima, ugire neza abaja gufata ijambo bose, abiteguye kugira amapresentation bose, n'abiteguye kugira icyo baterereye. Twese Mwami twisange turi mu bwiza bwawe, ibiva ngaha bizobe ibiteza intambwe yindi. Mwami mwiza uyu muryango, kandi imico yacu itera ije imbere. Tutari kumwe nawe ntaje twoshobora. Rero tuguhaye ibikorwa byose bigiye gukoreka ahantu kuri uyu munsi. Urabana n'umwe wese, uraduha amagara meza, uraturinda integuro y'umwansi mubi yotuma haba ibibazo ibi na biriya, kugira ngo Mwami mwiza ntidukurikirane ibyo twaje kurondera. Uri kumwe natwe byose birashoboka. Cyubahiro kuri cyawe Mana nzima, uturindire abayobozi bacu, uturindire urwaruka rwacu, urinde umwe wese mu giti ciwe. Turanakweretse n'abari mu nzira bariko baza batarashika, urabarinda amasanganya. Mwami mwiza twese tube hamwe dutuje. Icubahiro ni cyawe, dusenze tubishima mu izina ry'Umwami wacu Yesu Kristo.
Thank you very much, Jamafest, for the prayer. Your Excellency, we now call upon your board, General.
Good morning, everyone. Burundi way. East African Community way. Your Excellency, Ambassador Ezekiel Nibigira, Minister of EAC Youth Sports and Culture, and Chair of East African Community Council of Ministers. Your Excellencies, Deputy Secretary General Engineer Stephen Morote, East African Community, Director, Social Sectors, East African Community, heads of institutions here present, and all participants here present, most welcome. I wish to take this opportunity to thank you for having taken time to attend this very important part of our East African Community Festival, Jamafest. Important activity in which you are, or Symposium. It's an honor to welcome you to dialogue and then together learn, because this is a dialogue, it's a learning forum for culture, intellectuals and professionals as we celebrate our cultural diversity in the region. This forum has brought together key stakeholders who will discuss how best to build cultural resilience as we recover from COVID-19 pandemic. I note with satisfaction and appreciate the positive response to our invitation. The theme for this year's Jamafest, as we have heard it yesterday, harnessing cultural resources to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 on East African community. This theme resonates with the fact that COVID-19 has impacted greatly on arts and culture. The pandemic disrupted livelihoods, communities, and businesses. The theme, therefore, calls for a need for partner states to diversify into untapped areas, take opportunity of retrieving talent in the region, and build resilience institutional frameworks that can withstand future shocks related to the pandemic and other pandemics. I am happy to note that the Symposium has been convened around the following objectives: to provide a platform to showcase culture as a primary driver of regional integration and sustainable development. Second, bring together East African cultural practitioners and administrators to celebrate the rich and diverse cultural heritage as well as contemporary practice of East Africa. Third, to provide space for intellectual dialogue amongst the people of East Africa. Fourth, to foster economic development of the EAC through nurturing the growth of a strong creative and cultural industry, which is normally not actually exploited as it is supposed to be. And fifth, to promote arts and culture as a tool of celebration and branding of East African identity and image. It's worth noting that all the previous symposiums have generated key recommendations that have informed policy directions on the cultural industry in the region, including the EAC Culture and Creative Bill. This one is in progress, and the bill organizes people with talents and the necessary infrastructure to develop the industry while removing barriers. Once enacted, This legislation will go a long way in promoting cultural and creative industry in the EAC. I take note, therefore, that this year's symposium will center on critical themes that will give key insight and positive direction on this subject, including the role of modern technologies in advancing cultural expression and arts. Indigenous knowledge and traditional medicines, arts, industry, and tourism. And we know youth participation in employment, research, innovation, and investment in arts and culture. Inclusion of marginalized populations. These are very key in this process. These thematic areas are all very relevant to a growth and to advancement of culture in our region. The symposium, therefore, will provide a much needed platform for intellectual researchers, curriculum professionals, policymakers, and managers to identify, interrogate, synthesize, and evaluate, form opinions, and share views on the respective themes. It will also discuss how best to generate resilience measures to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. I'm very confident that we shall utilize this time very effectively and efficiently and have very vibrant exchange of ideas that will generate actionable proposals at the end of the symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to underscore the importance of culture in our society. Culture defines who we are, how we relate with each other, our norms, values, beliefs, way of life, customs, rituals. Our cultural diversity places us as a region in a unique position to build the most vibrant and creative economies in the world in cultural goods, services, production, as well as consumption. But we need, of course, to create awareness and to ensure we are doing the right investment in that area. We are conscious that the region has a demographic dividend occasioned by the youth, and that the youth have a lot of productive continuum that should be channeled in changing the trajectory of the region. Youth unemployment challenges, therefore, can be addressed by investing more in the creative industries sector as well as digital arts, targeting for young people. Also, suffice to mention is the unexploited potential of our indigenous knowledge, as well as the digital divide that could spur a relationship between culture and digital technology. I'm happy to note that some EAC partner states have put in place relevant policy, legal, and institutional frameworks to support culture and the creative industry. Respective governments have put in place the appropriate policy and legal framework, including copyright and neighboring rights laws, or intellectual property laws, or local content. As a region, we need to develop some of these frameworks at regional level so that we can move in harmony. In conclusion, Your Excellency Minister, dear participants, I would like to extend our profound appreciation to the speakers of this forum who have accepted to share their knowledge and insight all the topics, and it's the knowledge generated through these discussions that will guide us in making decisions and opinions about the subject, which in turn will inform policy development at regional level in the future. I therefore call upon every participant to fully make use of this event to learn more and contribute more about arts and creative industries. I want to thank also our sponsors and organizers of this forum. Honorable Minister, I cannot conclude without thanking you once again for having actually taken what it deserves to be taken to ensure this Jamafest is a success, to ensure that all activities planned during this Jamafest, including this symposium, are highly attended and also officially launched. And I thank you for the presence once again in this symposium. And I take this opportunity, Your Excellency Minister, to invite you for your word of wisdom so that you can move forward in the right direction. Thank you and most welcome.
Thank you very much, Deputy Secretary General. And now call upon Honorable Minister to come and address the audience. Welcome.
Honorable Christophe Bazivamo, EAC Deputy Secretary General, in charge of productive and social sectors. Engineer Murote, EAC Deputy Secretary General, in charge of planning, infrastructure, finance, and administration. Heads of East African community organs and institutions, distinguished permanent secretaries, resource persons, and the panelists, delegates from East African community partner states, members of the regional steering committees, members of the National Management Committee, invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I would like, first of all, to thank the Almighty God who has led and guided our steps until this date as we proceed to the official opening of the symposium in the margins of the 5th edition of East African Community Arts and Culture Festival. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all at Kiriri Garden Hotel to take part in this symposium as one of the key activities of the 5th edition of Jamafest, organized under the theme, I quote, harnessing the cultural resources to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 in the East African community, end of quotation. I am informed that this kind of symposium was held respectively in February 2013 in Kigali, Rwanda, in August 2015 in Nairobi, Kenya, in September 2017 in Kampala, Uganda, and in September 2019 in United Republic of Tanzania. And it always attracted large audiences from the EAC region. I am delighted to see such an event being hosted for the first time in Burundi, to reflect on the promotion and protection of culture and the creative industry, conformity with Article 119, paragraph C of the Treaty of the Establishment of East African Community. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the present symposium provides an interactive forum for the academia and leaders in the arts and cultural sector in the EAC region to reflect on the role of our cultural resources in mitigating the impact of COVID-19. To this effect, participants in this symposium will have to debate and deliberate on specific themes anchored on the main theme of the festival, which is harnessing the cultural resources to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 in the East African community. These are the following. First, adopting new regional language in the East African community. Second, the role of modern technologies in advancing cultural expressions and arts. Third, indigenous knowledge and the traditional medicine. Fourth, arts, industry, and the tourism. Fifth, youth participation and employment. Sixth, research innovation in arts and culture. And finally, inclusion of marginalized population. In the light of the above, I would like to assure you that as participants in this symposium, you will have the opportunity to discuss today a number of topics related to the appropriate usage of our natural resources to ensure promotion and the development of an East African community free from COVID-19. Through debates and exchanges of ideas amongst yourselves on the above sub-themes, you will be able to deepen your understanding of challenges that threaten institutions that deal with education in the arts, culture, and creative industry sectors today, and come up with new perspectives, solutions, and strategies to address these challenges. It is worth recalling that arts and culture are important in strengthening the ties of our regional integration. Similarities in our lifestyles, our languages, our food and drinks, our social interactions bring us closer to each other, while cultural diversity brings about curiosity to know more about each other and the business opportunities for our people. Arts and culture are indeed an effective vehicle of free movement of all factors of production in our region, and they contribute immensely to the improving the quality of life of our people and enhancing social harmony and cohesiveness. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, the East African Community Arts and Culture Festival, Jamafest, has now become a popular event, unifying our people and creating collective consciousness about the importance of arts and culture that bring us together as our common assets. We, as East Africans, have individually and collectively the duty and the responsibility to promote those assets across the African continent and the world. Distinguished guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as you may recall, culture plays a special role and represents a specific field of activities encompassing the safeguarding and promoting of heritage in all its forms, both tangible and intangible, encouraging creativity mostly in the cultural industries, and facilitating mutual understanding through intercultural dialogue. Jamafest is a valued event which we always look forward every 2 years on a rotational basis between East African Community Partner States under different themes. Regionally and globally, Jamafest has become part of our identity as a region. It has always been a great joy to celebrate and showcase with great pride our community's diverse culture. To conclude, I would like to acknowledge the work well done by the East African Community Secretariat in collaboration with East African Community Partner States for organizing this East African Community Arts and Culture Festival, as well as this symposium. And I thank the participants for showing up. Let us pledge to work together to build our arts and culture for a better East African community, a better world. With these few remarks, I solemnly declare this symposium as one of the key activities of the East African Community Festival under the theme, harnessing the cultural resources to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 in the East African community, officially opened. I do wish everyone a pleasant stay in Burundi and fruitful discussions. Thank you for your kind attention. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Waziri, mwenyekiti wa Baraza la Waziri wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Another round of applause. I would like to recognize the presence with us of Honorable Lady Justice Anita Mugeni, representing the General President of the East African Court of Justice. Can you rise? Thank you very much. Unfortunately, the Honorable Minister will not be with us for the rest of the program, but we sincerely thank him to have managed to make it up to this level, and we wish him a very good day. And we hope that we'll be interacting for the rest of the Jamafest. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Waziri. And for now, we shall be having a group photo of the limited number of the participants, just the high table here. It will be the Honorable Minister, the two Deputy Secretary General, as well as the Honorable Lady Justice Anita Mugeni and the Director Social Sectors. The group photos will be taken right here. We arrange seats so that it can be fast-tracked to enable this advocate to this very busy schedule of today. We take another second picture, which we build in the high table, together with heads of institutions and heads of delegations. Heads of institutions, heads of delegations. The directors, the director general here present, please come forward for the picture. Director general, the ministry.
Yeah. Hi, Jim. That's all.
Makopi.
I welcome you to get seated so that we go into our next session. And I request Professor Marie to come forward. Professor. Directors, any director in here, you could come and sit with the professor so that if when we reach the question time, you could give experience you went through under COVID. Please, directors, don't abandon your title, director, please. Come in front and sit here with the professor. That is why I don't want to go into details. Okay. Since you have got people under you and COVID happened, please come in front. A director has people under him or her. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, we are coming to our first presentation in this symposium, and the presentation or the talk is on harnessing cultural resources to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19 in the EAC. I'll be facilitating this session, and my colleague here will be supporting me with whatever may be coming out on the floor. The professor will do the main keynote speech on this, and after that, we will have a session, open session for interaction. Whether it's a question you have, whether it's a comment you have, it will be your time to bring it out, and we reflect on this issue of COVID. As you are aware, COVID is a pandemic that happened in our recent past, and we are still with it. It was unprecedented. It has not been witnessed in the last 100 years. Everything came to a standstill. The way we used to do things changed. We had to keep distance, had new ways of washing our hands. Air travel, for the first time in history, came to a standstill. All commercial flights were grounded. It had never happened. It was one hell of a thing that happened to humanity, but we have survived. We may not have survived from a point of knowledge, and we have an opportunity to listen to Professor Marie-Therese Toi talking to us on this topic. It's my humble duty to welcome Professor. Hiyo makofi haitoshi. For Professor. Welcome, Professor.
Distinguished delegates from the East African community and beyond, distinguished friends of the East African community, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm greatly honored to be invited to give a keynote address on the occasion of the East African Community Arts and Culture Festival 2022 edition. It is of special importance that the theme for this year is focusing on harnessing cultural resources to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19 in the East African community. It comes at a time when the whole world is still trying to recover from a pandemic which, till the end of August 2022, had affected 120 million people worldwide and cost their lives to 2.3 million people worldwide. In the East African community, Although figures vary from country to country, COVID-19 has affected all the aspects of people's lives, which was reflected in deaths, restrictions from movement, rising commodities prices, school closures, etc. Specialists in medicine and in medicine-related sciences have focused their energies on the treatment of the patients and on finding possible vaccines against the pandemic. Political leaders in the Eastern community organized video conferences whereby a regional approach to the pandemic was to be adopted, particularly in the fields of health, trade, and transport. I'm talking of the 12th of May, 2020 conference, that is video conference, between presidents of Rwanda, Kenya, Uganda, and South Sudan. One may wonder why, despite all combined efforts, records of March 2022 give only 1% of East African community members who have been vaccinated against COVID-19. It is here that compelling links need to be drawn between the pandemic and cultural values of our East African people. Before exploring the dynamics of our cultural values as an instrument to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 in the East African community, I want to highlight the fact that as a regional organization, the East African community does not have one culture. Each member country has different peoples and each has their own cultural practices. I will try to focus on those cultural practices which transcend nations and borders. I will focus on this key point, which is the cultural values of the East African community and ways to harness those resources to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 in the region. First of all, it is of importance to know that all member countries, or at least majority, of the East African community form one family where Kiswahili as a lingua franca facilitates communication. Second, our environment can still give us a guarantee of healthy feeding practices. Third, our people had and still have medical practices which have worked for their survival and which might now need to be explored. I leave this to specialists in medicine who will entertain us on this point in this symposium. Most importantly, our people had and still have the value of Ubuntu, which guides their daily steps and through which solidarity and mutual assistance are valued. With Ubuntu, that is humanism, man's welfare becomes central. In moments of trial, as it is the case with COVID-19, Ubuntu compels everybody to ask himself, now that life has become difficult, meaningless, or unbearable, how can survival continue in dignity? Ubuntu will tell human beings to differentiate themselves from animals in the way they live, and since it has less been emphasized, also in the way they die. Yes, even when he has to be isolated, or even when he has to die, man must die with dignity, not dying like dogs. I think you remember a character of Franz Kafka in Le Procès, that's the trial, who before being killed on a stone by two very well-dressed gentlemen utters only one statement, comme un chien, that is, like a dog. Man at a certain time in life lives and dies like a dog. Yes, the pandemic put us in a position to wonder if human beings suffered and died in dignity. A befitting burial is what every human being deserves, and not being thrown in rivers or being incinerated as the media displayed it about other parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot conclude without stressing that, contrary to modern African belief, cultural values and practices are not synonymous with archaic or outdated practices. No, such views are erroneous. We are here to refocus our gaze on those ancestral practices which can go side by side with modern medical practices, and which were and can still be guarantees of survival in good health and in dignity. At this point, it is imperative to value what unites people, what gives them medical relief, and that transcends borders, cultures, age, and time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, I believe that the fruitful deliberations in this symposium will leave all of us capable of repositioning our cultural values for the advancement of medical sciences, technology, and for the general development of our countries. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us clap for the professor properly. Thank you, Professor. It is now our time to reflect on what the professor has said. Because unlike what we resorted to immediately, and we have now got used to it, as I said at the beginning, keep distance, wash your hands, etc. Professor is saying, how come only 1% of the population has been vaccinated, when we know very well we are facing a pandemic? What are the reasons? And from the floor, how can we address this issue? You are in a cultural setup, you are in a society, you are in a community, and if you are in this room, you are learned and knowledgeable. but there are people around you who haven't been vaccinated. Professor is throwing that to you. But she's saying we have to resort to culture as an instrument to combat the COVID pandemic. She has posted that one. It's up to the floor to come up with some interventions on that. How exactly are we going to do this? Turning culture into an instrument, our cultural values into an instrument to combat the COVID-19. Very interesting points professors brought up. I said, focus on what is there. One, Swahili. We are all using Swahili, but how are we using it as a common language to combat the COVID-19? Have we applied it effectively? Have we communicated to those ones who can't even understand the things in English? Professors also said, we look into our environment. It provides an opportunity to help us combat the COVID-19. She has also said, we have our medicine. The East Africans, the Africans have a rich background of medicine. I understand the Kisii in Kenya used to do brain operation. They used to open the head of sick people and they operate on it and they also close it and the fellow continues with life. We are not talking about witchcraft. We are talking about using our medicinal knowledge, African, to try to combat this. Ubuntu. To what extent have we used this? Being one, being concerned as Africans, as people, as humans, mutual assistance. She concluded by emphasizing on what unites people, what really unites people, what gives them relief, even at these times of pain, at these trying moments. And then she pleads with us to focus on what transcends boundary. I will now open the floor for any question, for any intervention, for any comment, for any additional expose you may want to make, but in a very short manner. The floor is open, and somebody assist me by passing the microphone. The floor is open. Unless the professor has paralyzed you. Linking culture to COVID, now you are shaking the head. Like Tom and Jenny saying, now what is that? Is it really working? Okay, the floor is open.
Yes, facilitator.
Yes.
Maybe I'll start with.
Okay, please, there is a microphone. Okay, fine, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, facilitator. I recognize the presence of the deputy secretaries from the East African community, Engineer Mlote and the Honorable Bazibamo, the director and the representative of the Court of Justice, and all dignitaries present. The Honorable Facilitator, maybe let me supplement to the presentation of the presenter. Although you have just taken me by surprise, and I'm not sure if I'm the only director in this room Maybe some of the directors, they have decided not to come. What I wanted to say from the presentation, I would like to share the experience from the United Republic of Tanzania. You will remember that at that time, when the COVID was in a full gear, and the people were they were not allowed to go around. They were in-house in most of the countries. But you remember that the United Republic of Tanzania, we were working as normal. Business was as the usual. And it was not just on that it was business as usual, but we were protecting ourselves. We were observing all the measures which we were given by the Minister of Health, but we were not quarantined. And Honorable Facilitator, I would like to say the encouragement of our leaders in the United Republic of Tanzania. It was a very, what I can say, it was a very good curative than getting medicine, because it's like they cured us in that encouraging words that you can just use the herbals to treat yourself in house and go to work. And at that time, it was very, very important for people to be encouraged than being treated. I remember it once. I was at home and I heard that our former minister has passed. So I was trying to imagine, and I was not with the family. Me, I was in Dodoma. My family was in Dar es Salaam, and we had quarantined ourselves that we should not come to Dar es Salaam, and my family had told them not to come to Dodoma, so that we can take care of ourselves. We don't travel. So I was alone in Dodoma, and it was very early in the morning when I heard the news that the minister has passed. So I was trying, and he was rushed to Benjamin Mkapa Hospital. And I just thought that, minister, what about me? If it catches me, if they have not managed to treat the minister. And I'm not, it doesn't mean that they didn't manage to treat, but the thing is that you can imagine how serious was it. You can imagine how serious was it. Now, coming to the professor's presentation, I would like even to observe that the Ubuntu philosophy, which she has used, that people who were dying in the United Republic of Tanzania at that time during the COVID, and probably those even the minister mentioning and even the others, it's not that maybe they passed away through because of the COVID, but at that time when you died, the imagination was COVID has taken you. So now there are some leaders who passed away at that time. And even some citizens who passed away at that time, they were buried not in that respective manner of the African culture. People were buried, even the masses were not conducted. As you said, some of them they were buried at night. So the respect was not there. So this the culture which we have been using to respect our deceased was no longer there. So we were going against the values of the culture. And I would like to say that using the culture of when you have elders in the society, people tend to listen to the elders. Whatever we are told by the elders, we respect them, rather than sometimes even the politicians are not respected than the elders. The elders in the societies are mostly respected, and even the politicians, they use them to influence their policies. So respecting the elders is a very culture of the society. So we respect, we preserve the culture, the cultural resources, to respect the elders, and whoever respected the elders, that whatever you were told, that you don't have to go out, maybe not going to the music, or not going to meet boyfriends and girlfriends. This was a very big measure to combat COVID spread. And honorable facilitator, I would like even to support this, to give a support on the cultural process we have, even in the society. In some of the society, when you get married, it's now I don't understand why we have just concentrated to women than to men. When you get married, they make sure that you show at the first place that you are a virgin. Now, why have we been conducting that to women and not to men, that you have not even gone to with a lady or with a girl somewhere? But this preservation of virginity is a very important culture, which was trying to get us out of the COVID, which is some of you might not realize that. I would like to thank you very much for that.
Thank you. That is very interesting. And the last point, which I may not want to repeat, would have helped a lot. Good. Yes, please give me my mic. I will restrict the number of interventions now because of time to allow the others. I'm seeing a hand behind there. Fine. Let this one ask. We will take 3 questions or 3 interventions, and please make them very brief. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, moderator. I'm Dr. Norbert Ngubungu, actually the Deputy Executive Secretary of East African Heritage Commission. I appreciate the presentation of Professor. It is very interesting and captured 2 very important things. It was about culture and vaccination. When I want just to focus on simple cultural practices that can influence the dynamic of COVID-19. Just simple cultural practices, like when you, let's talk about the barrier measures to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. Let's say for our culture in Burundi, when you tell someone to greet a colleague without shaking hands, it is like impossible. I tell you, it's very difficult to tell people, please greet your colleagues without shaking hands. Some was noting just after done it. So this is one, one simple practice, which is very difficult to handle. Second, we talked about vaccination, for example. There has been a problem of understanding the efficiency of vaccination because of the negative social media. And people are following the social media, any social media, and that usually this listening to the negative point of view of the social media. So I want to now just to share a reflection, food for thoughts. What is important for me to try to use our natural resources to mitigate, for example, the social activities, to work on at the community level. I agree with the honorable delegate from URT when you were talking about the elders. But for me, I want to focus on your communication at the community level. We have a system, what we call the health workers. These are working at the community level. So it will be more efficient for the community to listen to a colleague of the same area than listening to a very high official of the government. This is what I can suggest as a recommendation to use our culture to try to mitigate some diseases like COVID-19. It is really to work on the community level. For example, we have marriages, we have dowry ceremonies. Why can't you take opportunity in those ceremonies, which are cultural, and give a certain speech about those measures? It will be an opportunity, and this will be spoken by a simple person that they are familiar with, than rather having a delegate of the minister. So, Mr. Moderator, thank you. I'm finished.
Thank you, Kim, right here. And we have another one here. Okay, now they're increasing. Good. Yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I have a suggestion or a point of view on the presentation of the professor. Normally, we have a situation which is for the whole world about COVID-19. And COVID-19 is not African. If you can accept me, I say this. COVID-19 is not African, but as we are human beings, we are concerned. As someone who has done philosophy, thinking, philosophical studies, I was asking myself, why that pandemic? Why that pandemic? What was the origin of this? Because when you don't know the origin of something, you cannot know how to mitigate it or how to combat it, to fight against. I mean what? A problematic situation comes from Europe, comes from America, and we are more concerned because it comes from outside of Africa. But when it is a real problem coming from our society, our culture, it seems that there is nothing. I don't know if you realize it. Me, I like to think about that. And remember, Ebola has not been popular than COVID. I don't know why. We ask you also why. Why? Me, I have read the story of the Chamber of Fontaine about animals sick of plague. Yeah? Of plague. You know, this perhaps also is a problematic about social culture and the social resources, if I can say. To arrive here, as this brother or this minister was saying, we must be conscious. We must be conscious in our cultures, because they can be parts of cultures which are somehow unhuman, and when we are not aware of this, it can be problematic for me. To me, yeah, during those ceremonies, as the minister said it, we must yes, give a certain message so that people, our brothers, our sisters, they can be aware, they can be conscious of the situation, and then, because the quality of life or the good life, it will be a program, yeah, when we are not conscious, when we are not aware of a given problem. To me, that was my intervention. But if it is possible, you will tell me something about why do we react, how do we react about an internal, an African problematic situation towards a situation coming from, you understand, Europe, America. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to notice 3 points out of what was said. The first thing I want to say is to appreciate this symposium, this congress, and the theme that we are having. But my second point, which is also related to that, is what the two people that said, including the minister, the idea of inclusivity. There are people who are marginalized out there in our communities, and thinking about them and considering them is such a very important point as a human. And the second point is related to what the professor was saying. And what I want to say is, she mentioned about the vaccination. And as the other one said, the first that intervened in the public, I just want to kind of call everyone to think about the political well said, or the communication behind the way people understood this pandemic. We know people have different point of view, and it's normal, but also when people do not have a clear understanding of what's going on, they kind of have confusion, and therefore they cannot fight for something when they don't have some common point of view on that fact. So the point of the ball, we come back to the policy makers and those who may be having the influence on mass communication to address on that matter. And the third point that I would like to mention is the fact that the community down there where we live or we are from, they normally don't understand clearly what people from the cities say that much. The most people that we meet all around will always say these are things related to you who are like wealthy or who have access to information and stuff like that. So challenges are bigger, but my main goal or point is to allow or to ask for policymakers to consider about the fact that people really have to have a common understanding of what's going on and how to address on any kind of matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll allow one and then we respond and then we close.
Thank you very much. I'll start from the issue he has ended with, the issue of communication, and it comes to public health communication. How was the COVID-19 message passed on to the citizens of the East African community? I remember for business and trade, we had to keep translation being done for the guidelines for transportation of goods and services in the EAC, because all partner states had given guidelines for drivers, truck drivers, or where they're supposed to park, how they're supposed to conduct themselves, and those who are supposed to be translated. And now it takes us back to the health communication. How was public health communication done? How were the citizens receiving messages for healthcare? Was there any language aspect that was considered in passing on the communication messages? When it comes to our African culture, we used to have issues that we use when a dangerous situation is in place. Either they are sounding drums in a different way, or there's a certain sound that is being made to make an alert that is something dangerous in the community. What did we do using our African culture, using our African resources to pass on the danger of the pandemic that was in the community? So the issue now I'm raising is we need to consider health communication as a sensitive issue and consider the aspect of language, considering that we have Kiswahili as a lingua franca in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A number of observations. They were not really questions. It was additions starting from director there. So we really don't have a question. It is just additions. Gentlemen, I think I'm sorry, I have to close. If I don't give up, close this, we will eat into the time of the next presentation. But just to emphasize that we have opportunity to use the community structures, the local structures. I want to attach that to what Madam has said in terms of communication. How are we communicating? Put in perspective the target population. Okay, then how do you communicate to them? Not that high level communication from government in Dar es Salaam, in Bujumbura. We are asking that we now focus within our culture, focus on the community structures and use the opportunities there, whether it's a wedding, whether it's a funeral, to communicate the information and using the influencers, okay? The influencers in those communities. The gentleman there raised a lot of concern that you find that when something starts in Africa, nobody attends to it. That may be true, but we are in a state whereby globalization has taken control, is impacting on everything. So you will not sit and say, since it has come from China, let it just pass. It won't pass. It was creating a problem even to us, so we have to react. And again, I must say, the World Health Organization has measures. When something goes beyond a certain stage, it becomes, when they call it a pandemic, it means now to them, it is affecting the whole world. So you can't leave it. And even Ebola was addressed, notwithstanding, but it was not to the level of the pandemic in terms of widespread. So globalization, you can't ignore it. Anything small happening thousands of kilometers away may impact on you, and all resources have to be directed to it to stop it from finishing humanity. You know, you are talking because you are still around. Others have already gone. Okay. Yeah, our communication, you have talked about it. Very important, the aspect of inclusivity. In most cases, the learned, the intellectuals tend to own, and they move with it. The ministers, the officers, etc. Health projects will come up, NGOs, but are we really including the people on the ground? That is the question. There was another observation. I think this one again is on the community. I think we have talked about it. We have summarized that. So I think that is about it, but I'll allow the professor herself, if she has got anything to say, then she can summarize, and then I conclude this session. Professor.
Thank you very much. Yes, actually, there was no question. There were only suggestions, supplements, as he called it. But it's like I wanted to react to the one who was talking of COVID-19 as having attracted more attention than Ebola virus. I guess from the way he formulated the question, he already has the answer. But what I want to add is that is why we are here. If other people's cultures or practices, medical practices could not help us, why can't we use our own available resources and knowledge and culture to solve our own problems? I think we are coming back to the beginning. Use what you have to solve your problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, I want us now to give a clap, a Sunday for Professor. Now, you are going to clap 1, 2, 3, and the last one is going to be. Okay, we go. 1, 2, 3, and 5. I want us to give a special standing ovation to the director. I never even asked for his name. But when I called upon the directors, he had the courage to come forward. Because I'm saying courage. Okay, let me not say what I wanted to say. Because the I think this brings to the end the session that I was facilitating, and this was the keynote speech by the professor. It is now time that you go for your tea. Thereafter, the other personnel will take over the coordination of these sessions. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Gender and Community Development Officer. So in 2017, I published a title, my first title, Trésor du Burundi Ancestral, which is actually about Burundi ancestral knowledge. But as you know, within this region, we almost have the same indigenous knowledge, even if there are some slight differences. What I'm building in this book is mainly in connection with what I saw within the East African community when I was responsible for social development. Social development issues were around health, education, culture, science, technology, gender, community development, social protection, persons with disabilities, and then we have environment and food security and governance. All those issues. What I realized, what I noticed is that within this region, and especially in Burundi, we had long time ago those so we have those social development pillars within our traditional knowledge. So like, for example, when we are talking about health, this is what the professor was talking about, the traditional medicine. The traditional medicine, I'm developing some of them, but I also developed a site, a cultural site, when we are now having those medicinal plants, like 100 species in that place. So I'm showing how much the Burundi people, like all mothers, were a kind of doctors in families, because they knew most of the plants which could help the family, the home, even the cattle. I'm talking about the technology. We had a civilization which was very much respectful of the environment and by the diversity. Yeah, I also developed this in this book. When we are talking about education, the professor talked about Ubuntu. Ubuntu is about integrity, is about generosity, is it about solidarity? It is also about protection of the communities. So all those examples are in this book. When I give some good examples of how people help each other within good or bad times. And regarding the environment, I talked about the civilization, our civilization, la civilisation du végétal. La civilisation du végétal is like most of the things people were using were made of natural trees, like trees and other things. But you can even now find, when we are talking about handcrafts, you see most of them are made of natural products. And regarding governance, we used to have from community level to the highest level, we used to have where we call mediators or wise people, like an institution in Burundi, which was institutionalized, where those people, those Bashikatahe, were like responsible for conflict and conflict prevention and resolution. So all those were part of our ancestral knowledge, and these are something we could like preserve and also restore. That is the conclusion I make
of this book.
Burundi ancestral features of Burundi. As you heard it, there are many resources in which we can. There are many resources in which can inspire us. And I'm when was this book written, man?
It was written in 2017.
Okay, in 2017. What do I want to say? I want to say that I'm sure that if the book had been written in the frame of, in the time of COVID-19, maybe we would have found some resources, some traditional resources on COVID-19. She would have talked about it. So we can really find many resources in inspiring resources in this book. It's not a book launch, but we wanted to talk about this book as far as it has to do with what we are saying now. Okay, now we shall. Okay, someone would like to ask a question, but in order not to be late with our program, the questions may be asked after during the discussion. I'm sorry for that. And now we shall move on to the next presentation, and I welcome the moderator.
Asante sana. Naomba tumpongeze. Can we clap for him? And thank you very much, and you're all welcome to this session, which has a variety of topics. And the first topic is on arts industry and tourism. We shall have research, innovation, and investment in arts and culture, youth participation and employment, and the last will be the role of the East African Court of Justice in promoting EAC integration agenda. So at this moment, I would like to call upon the following people to come and take seats in front here. Mr. Theonest Sebihogo, the Victoria Basin Commission, can take a seat. Professor Ferdinand Delamihigo from the University of Burundi, Mr. Audes Ndabahawe, Mr. Shigara Mahogo, and Mr. Michael Ganga Mkala. Kindly take the seats in front and we start our conversation. We shall have all the presentations done at once. I request that you note all the questions, the comments you have, so that we have a discussion at the end of it all in the interest of time. Our presenters, I will request you to use only 20 minutes because you can see we are quite a big number, so that we have time for each one of us to present before we move to the next phase. So at this time, I would like to call upon Mr. Theonest Sebihogo presenting on preserving the integrity of the environment, culture, and tourism. Karibu sana.
Asante sana, Daktari. So do we stand or we present it? Standing would be okay. Yes. Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you so much. Sorry for that housekeeping interruption. Now I'm standing before you as a lecturer, but I don't want to be a lecturer. We have professors here who can lecture us. I'm just standing here to share with you what we do. My name is Ernest Sebihogo. I work with the Lake Victoria Basin Commission, and Lake Victoria Basin Commission is one of the apex body of the East African community. Our institution was established in 2003 by the ratification of the protocol, but it became operational in 2007. Now, this being a specialized institution, there is a purpose as to which it was established, and the role of the institution is to coordinate activities of different state and non-state actors for sustainable development of the Lake Victoria and its basin. For those who the lake, the riparian country of the lake is Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda, but the basin is much more wider. And Burundi has 7% of the ecosystem of the basin. Rwanda has 17%, Tanzania has 43%, Uganda has also 23, and then Kenya the rest. Now, the Lake Victoria was designated by the head of state as an important economic growth zone of the East African community. Now, despite the abundance of its resources in the basin, poverty remains high. And this calls for an increased synergy and cooperation towards achievement of the Lake Victoria basin. So, before I move to the next segment, I want to believe that you are comfortably seated, and that comfort, there is somebody who contributed to that comfort. Take, for example, the phone that you are holding. If it's an iPhone, there is a Steve Jobs that is behind that and is helping you to organize, have the schedule. It's a laptop, is Bill Gates and a few rich people, billionaires in the US, there in the Silicon Valley. And if it's the light that is, apart in this house, you remember Thomas Edison. So these people had created. Sorry for that interruption, and indeed making you or bringing discomfort, and yet you are comforted. But what the point I was trying to make is somebody had an idea, somebody had a passion, somebody had an aspiration, or he worked on an idea of someone to create the comfort that we have. Now, that is called value. So what value is LVBC adding to the integration agenda? That's the whole point. Yeah? And now as LVBC, we recognize the interrelationship and the interlinkages between environment, tourism, and industry. And as such, we strive to design project that addresses in an integrated manner the multifaceted tourism and environmental conservation challenges in the basin. Now that approach is is built on the premise that people, businesses, and the environment are interrelated and interdependent, and damage to or disruption of the environment can have consequences on human health and economy. So preserving then the integrity of the environment is really a cornerstone of sustainable economic growth. And this is especially true for the 7 EAC partner states. And now the rich resource base is an essential platform for public health and control of infectious disease that is linked to safe and efficient operated transboundary freshwater supply. World-class wildlife is the backbone of the tourism, generating a significant proportion of the region's gross domestic product. You well know that the famous Masai Mara Serengeti ecosystem is now the 8th wonders of the world. Why? Because of its large-scale immigration of wild beasts. So this really is a very huge resource, and we play a very active role in doing in marketing these resources that we have for development. We also have some other national parks and game reserves, lake shores, beaches, unique physical features, and the main sites in the basin, because we operate in the basin, include Saiwa Swamp, Kakamega Forest, Mount Elgon, Mao Forest, Ruma National Park in Kenya, Sango Bay Reserve, West Bungwe Forest, and Mount Elgon in Uganda. We have Serengeti National Park, like I said. We have Sanane Island in Tanzania. Sanane Island, for some of you, you've been there. I know Clavel has been there. We were together. And Kagera National Park in Rwanda, Ruvubu National Park in Burundi, and many other unique attractions really in the basin. So all these ecosystems, they contribute to sustainable development, and they rely on marketing, development, and tourism promotion for them to yield the expected, or even to contribute to our national GDP. Now we've pioneered so many projects in that regard. We've created and supported associations within all those ecosystems to foster and market and attract tourism. For example, the famous one that is known is Mara Serengeti Hoteliers Forum, where with the support of USAID and the prepared program, we are able to do the capacity building of those hoteliers forums and establish a platform where the operators in that ecosystem can work together and build synergies for the sustainable management and development of that area. Mara Day has been a very iconic event every year that we celebrate on 15 September of every year. In 1 week to come, we have it will be celebrated. The events will be in Nakuru. Nakuru is still within at the Jamafest, and this is a key event that attracts so many actors within the basin to promote tourism industry. Now, environment also is a very key sector that we take on our heart. In fact, it cuts across all the 14 areas of cooperation, of which we are mandated to undertake. And I will just highlight one key intervention regarding the industry. We have played a very critical role in terms of mobilizing the industries to increase the use of and investment in cost efficiency and cleaner production technologies by private enterprises. So some of these are initiatives initially are looked at initiatives being led by the government. So we don't see private sector coming in to tackle those issues. It's really a public thing. But now we've leveraged on the private partnership, public-private partnership, and the projects that was supported by the World Bank were able to have a very tremendous results in terms of piloting green growth instruments. And as a result, 60% of the 100 targeted private enterprise industries in the basin adopted the cleaner production technology, out of which 136 industries that received impact assessment and invested money in resource efficient cleaner production measures, which is valued at 32 million. So we are targeted that the industries to invest that, but now they went beyond. Why? Because of that that framework. So whereas they are business oriented, profit oriented, but there is also the aspect of technology which you have to chip in for that sustainability really to have. Now, what does that mean? This means that we have 27,384 of greenhouse gases emissions being avoided every year. So that's on an annual basis, and that's one of the highlights probably I wanted to mention here. And we have so many others. We have events that we also implemented in all these partner states. We have population development initiative, PHE. We have adapting to climate change project. Last year I was in Giterani, that's Muyinga, and Kirundo, yeah, where we were interacting with the community and supporting them in a few sub-projects that really both addresses the issue of environment, but also the livelihoods. So in as far as harnessing cultural resources, one is preserving them, but also use them in a sustainably manner, and that's our mandate. And the value is that these sectors, tourism, industry, and environment, they cannot work in silos. They have to be integrated, and there has to be an approach through which that all these sector players see how they can build synergies to realize that sustainable development. Surely with all those remarks, I should have a clap.
Thank you very much, Mr. Journalist, and thank you very much for managing your time. As I told you, let's keep on noting the comments and the questions we have so that we discuss them at the end in the interest of time. I would like this time to call upon Professor Ferdinand Beramihigo from the University of Burundi to give us a discussion on research, innovation, and investment in arts and culture. Karibu sana. We are using 20 minutes for the presentation.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm going to give a presentation on research, innovation, and investment in arts and culture. I'm Ferdinand Beramihigo. I'm a lecturer at the University of Burundi in the Department of Arts and in the Department of African Languages and Cultures. The first matter I would like to raise here is that when one talks about culture and linking to development, it doesn't seem clear. But when you consider the role of the culture role in development philosophy, materialization in a given organization, there you can realize that a culture is something important and doesn't have to do with cultural exhibition only. It doesn't have to do with the cultural exhibition only, because when you talk about the culture, we must think, or we must understand the culture as not only this, but also a way of thinking in a given society, the handling of natural resources. And here we must realize that we must take note that the way we handle natural resources is in line with our environment, because these resources have to do with the geography, with climate, and so on and so on. It has also to do with the governance, with medicine, and so on. Consider that if development had to do only with natural resources, countries which have natural resources on the same rate will be developed on an equal part. But this is not what we see. When people are thinking, they think about development in terms of mineral resources, in terms of oil, in terms of timber resources, and so on. But we should go deep in thinking about that. We can, if we browse some contemporary challenges of our countries. For example, if we have problems with unity, can we handle it with a mathematical formula, whatever long it may be? Otherwise, if it were possible, we would ask for mathematicians to give us formulas to solve the matter of unity, and then it will be solved. But we won't never be able to cope with that with mathematics. Corruption is there. If we ask for specialists in chemistry to solve the matter of corruption, will they do? No. And the solution is in culture, accountability. This is the problem of our society. Will we solve the matter of accountability with mathematics or with chemistry? No. The solution is in culture, because, for example, with accountability, if we bring a tale which talks about a person who didn't show accountability, that will be a strong lesson to people. And this is how we will mobilize people. If we talk in history, if we go into history and we learn about people who handled, who governed their countries without uniting people, then if we go to consequences of such a way of governance, there we will get a strong lesson in terms of governance, in terms of unity. So in a globalized world, our national and local communities will survive and thrive thanks to the preservation of different cultures, because as I have said, the solutions to many of our problems is there, and then they will thrive thanks to the coping of these cultures, the coping capacity of these cultures in a world undergoing fast and deep changes. And among these deep changes, there are these surges of diseases like COVID-19, as we have experienced it. So our cultures are our portals in tomorrow's world, and if we want to promote them, we must first document them so that we may know all of these resources we have, and how, to what extent they can serve for solving our problems. Second, these cultural resources have to be known to the public through teaching institutions and the media. This is where institutions intervene, and this is where research intervenes for making these cultures known, for documenting them in an accurate way, and for letting them be known by students and by the public in general. And then it will be necessary to incorporate their role in modern life, and especially by showing that it's not that culture doesn't have to do with exhibition only, and then they can even serve in cultural entrepreneurship. As we know, there are many countries who have gone far with cultural entrepreneurship in such a way that when in statistics, we are shown some statistics in terms of cultural entrepreneurship, that is cultural tourism, that is all what can be done in that is in cinema, that is in whatever kind of cultural handling we can imagine. That will serve and that will help, especially youth in employment. That's another side of culture. So, is African culture inferior to European culture in such a way that it's not worth coming back to it? Many times we think of African culture in terms as just a traditional culture. But as I said, in a culture, it's not. Culture is not only exhibition. There is also the way of thinking. So this is this way of thinking, this way of coping with the disease and so on. This is what brought our cultures where we are. It's not a culture. Culture is not, traditional culture is not only witchcraft, it's not only dancing, but it's also traditional medicine, as it was said in the keynote address. Our culture have experienced life over time. If we are able to cure some diseases, it's because this experience was transmitted from one generation to another. And of course, writing is important in the transmission of the knowledge, but in our societies, we have our own way of transmitting knowledge from one generation to another in such a way that if the world has lasted for I don't know how many years, all this knowledge which was experienced by our ancestors 3,000 years ago, it was transmitted until now. But our problem is that we consider that nowadays we are not able, it seems as we think that now our civilization has been inferior in such a way that we cannot cope with the problems we encounter today. So it would not be a strange surprise if we could find a local curative medicine or even a vaccine for COVID-19. Because we coped with the malaria, with the smallpox, with the wounds. We have, as it was said, when with the example which was brought here, with people able to make the head. So the same dynamics could be raised towards COVID-19. What did we do in our countries? Did we undergo research in COVID-19 so that in parallel what was being done in African university, in European research centers and universities, did we do something on COVID-19, or we just thought that we could not manage it, we could not give a contribution in terms of research? Just we just coped with the disease and the way it was spreading. Okay, that's what I was saying. What was our rate of commitment in finding a medicine and vaccine to COVID-19? To give a place to our cultures will be possible through a thorough work on a cultural awareness. Our cultures, our portal in tomorrow's world, I have said this, if we want to promote them, we must document them, and then we will, okay, I have said, I already talked about that. And then we will invigorate the role of our cultures in modern life, and we will involve them in cultural entrepreneurship strengthening program. And this would spur up through economic activities, through cultural and creative industries, which is very important nowadays if we want to keep our place in the development dynamics, and in this, in line with the fight against COVID-19 impact reduction. If we grant a place to the youth in the cultural and creative industries, then we cope with the situation of unemployment, which was triggered by the COVID-19 pandemics. Cultural awareness, but also conventions, festival at regional scale, like Jamafest, will help achieving arts and the cultural inheritance. And this is before the conclusion, we can also bring in the role of technologies, new technologies. If we must keep going ahead, we must also involve the new technologies in when coping with COVID-19 pandemics, and we can be inspired with that, considering that, for example, the way new technologies were got an opportunity when COVID-19 surged, for example, with all these technologies of participating in meetings through Zoom meetings and other devices like this one. So in the same way as it was done in technologies, it can also be done in culture. Considering what new technologies can bring in culture, so that the culture can keep on having a strong place in our world and take advantage of these new technologies. This is my conclusion, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor. And thank you, the participants, for taking keen attention. We shall move to the next presenter, discussing the contribution of youth in promoting culture tourism in the East African community. Dr. Shida. No, sorry, I'll change that topic. We are going to have Dr. Shihara Mahogo, this from Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, making a presentation, then the other will come after. Asante, karibu sana.
Habari za mchana mabibi na bwana. Asalamu alaykum. Jambo. Mambo. As you've been informed, my name is Shigera Mahongo. I'm from the Victoria District Organization. It's one of the eight institutions of the East African community. So we are based in Jinja in Uganda. That is our office. You're most welcome to visit Jinja. And I'm going to talk about the participation of youth and employment in the East African community. I just prepared this presentation this night. So therefore, if there are some gaps, please help me responsible. So when we talk about youth, we are talking about people with the age of 15 to 35 in the EAC. And that is from the EAC Youth Policy and the African Youth Chapter. Can you raise your hands if you are in that group of 15 to 35 years? See, they are the majority. They are the majority in this room. So it must be an interest department. So let us look at this. Those are the 7 countries of the EAC, from South Sudan, Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, DRC. DRC was not there, but now we have DRC. And DRC has the largest population in the community with 95.2 billion people. And the total now, currently, this is an estimate for 2022, is 300 million people in this community. And if we take an estimate of 35% as the percentage of youth, then we shall have 106 million people who are youth. And this is about 1/3 of the entire population. So I mean, it's a very large group. Next. If you see, for instance, this we are in Burundi, so I wanted to just reflect that. But in Burundi, the youth population is 43.2%. So the one that I talked about was just an average. But for Burundi, that's how it is, and it differs from one country to another. Next. And what is the period of youth? The period of youth is generally considered to include the transition, the period of transition from childhood, when you are a baby, you are a kid, to adulthood, which comprises different processes of sexual maturation, as well as increasing socio-economic independence from parents and careers. So these people now are able to become independent. But in the Western countries, youth is considered to commence from the age of 14 only up to 20, about 25. So for us, the range is larger, but in Western countries, that's how it is. So you can see, you can see from the picture there, that is a group of youth, and that is the priest talking to the youth, warning them about educating them about the dangers of sex for fish practice. That's you provide me with sex, then I give you fish. So he was warning them. So let me see if you are here, please. Don't say your human face, small items like that. Next. Youth as a social category is increasingly of concern due to the demographic shifts and rising levels of youth and employment. When I talk about demographic shift, take for instance on the left year 1950, you see the infants, the newborn babies, up to the old people. You see that pyramid, which is very different from the one of 2010. You see now the youth from the age of 15 to 35 is a very large group compared to the year 1950. So this is what we call demographic shift. So the demography is shifting. So we have more youth than it was earlier. Next. Other issues of concern with the youth is that youth population continue to rise globally, as I said, not only in East Africa, but also globally. But in the sub-Saharan Africa, that rise is much more significant. And this increasing trend, however, is shadowed by high employment, disempowerment, although, of course, recently we have been trying to empower girls, but still, we need to empower them more. And now, the lack of this employment and empowerment can potentially contribute to political conflicts. Just a few days ago, you know, social media nowadays has become very powerful tool in communication. And then all day he was talking about neglecting the boy child, that we're emphasizing empowering the girl child, but we are forgetting also the boy child. But when this grow up, they are going to marry each other. Now, when they get married, the girl is empowered, the boy is not empowered. What will happen? So let us empower both. That's my message. But also, limited economic prospects are leading to high rates of youth mobility and migration. So you see, youth are moving from villages to towns to seek employment, to do some businesses because of limited economic prospects. Next. Now, when you come to the EAC, what are we doing as EAC? Article 120 of the Treaty 1999 encourages partner states to closely cooperate among themselves, to cooperate among themselves, Rwanda, Burundi, URT, Kenya, Uganda, to cooperate together in the field of social welfare with respect to employment and development of common approach to the youth. So we must have a common approach to the youth in all these countries of the EAC. That is the treaty, how it looks like. If you haven't seen the treaty, that is the front page of the treaty, the EAC. And I encourage you, it is available online, you can just download and look for that particular article. Next. In the recognition of the importance of youth and also gender diversity, in 2010, the Council of Ministers for the East African Community approved the establishment of a sectoral council, particularly focusing on the issue of gender, youth, children, social welfare, and community development. So we have these ministers who are concerned with those aspects, sitting almost once or twice a year to discuss about issues of youth. So if your minister is not reflecting what your aspirations are, please just visit him or her and ask her what have you been doing for this country with regards to issues of youth. And the purpose of this was meant to facilitate faster decision making and policy guidance for this segment of the population, which is very large. And of course, this now process paved the way for development of the EAC youth policy. So we have a policy which is only for youth, for the young generations. If you are 65, this is not your policy. This is for the young group of 15 to 35. When you reach 76, don't read this book because this policy is not yours. Next. What is the major objective of this policy? The objective of this policy is to guide the EAC on the planning, implementation, monitoring, evaluation of programs. So there are different programs that are run by the EAC, but now this policy guides on how to implement, how to plan, how to monitor, how to evaluate these programs to address youth issues in the region while assuring sustainable social, economic, and political development. Since youth currently constitute the largest segment of the population in all the partner states, this makes them a critical section of the society to push forward the EAC integration agenda. So if we want to achieve full integration of the EAC, so this is an important segment of the population which needs to be involved in the entire process. Next. Now, as I said, I'm from the Photography Organization. What are we going to do? What are we doing with respect to youth issues? And now we shall just reflect on the role of it before. And there are key partners, which are partner state institutions in relation to youth participation in fisheries and aquaculture. And LDF4 or the Victoria Business Organization, although it is an institution of the East African community, which now currently has 7 member states, but this organization has only 4 member states. Because if you want to join this organization as if you are a partner state, then you need to submit instruments of accession or to ratify what we call the convention of establishment of our of this organization. So currently we have Burundi. I'm glad that this festival is here in Burundi, otherwise it was in South Sudan or Rwanda, then I would feel a little bit uncomfortable. But now I'm comfortable because Burundi, you also have the so we have Burundi, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania. And of course, I'll try to reflect a little bit on what you have in the Kirundo, that is the fish, which I was given by the Honorable Ganga after visiting the Kirundo and talking to youth. Unfortunately, on my way back to Uganda, I forgot. I don't know who ate the fish. That is one of the activities that we do within this community. We train, for instance, we train youth, but we don't forget the women. So this was a training of youth and women from all over the partner states. We had the Burundians there. If you look closely, you can see somebody who we know from Burundi. We have people from Uganda, from Kenya, and Tanzania, and they all came together. We brought them together to Rwanda. And you can see the guest of honor there is seated with the Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Amlote. Ms. Amlote here, I think he's not around. Then we have Executive Secretary of the Victoria Basin Commission, because we work together. Though we have different institutions, but we work together. And also we have somebody there representing the East African Court of Justice. So these were just visitors to our training. And you see all those ladies, they are very smart, very beautiful people. We were training them on how to improve value to the Dagala. You call here Dagala, but in Uganda, they call Mukene, in Kenya, they call Omena, in Tanzania, they call Dagala. So we are training them how to better process the Dagala, how to market them, how to package, so that you can have added value to the product. Next. That is the bus which brought the people from Burundi. That is the bus, and you can see all those Ugandan flag, Burundi, Kenya, Tanzania. I think they enjoyed the tour from all the way from Burundi or Bujumbura to, but it was not once. Here, that was another training which was held in Uganda. And you can see some of the ladies there who attended the training. That is just a very small section. Next. We also create awareness to not only the youth, but also women on better fish handling. You see that lady on the left, the way that she's drying the dagala, that is not a proper way. Even on the right, so you cannot put the dagala on the sand because the quality will be affected. And also you can even capture some diseases from the way that you are going to process your dagala. Next. You see on the left and on the right. On the right, that's the proper way of drying the dagala. That's how we teach them. On the left, that is the conventional way, which is not encouraged. We discourage that kind of drying. So we better process your dagala that way. On the right. Next. That's another way. Next. Yes, that was a section of trainees from the 4 partner states who attended the meeting. That meeting was held in Uganda. They were being trained on how to dry the dagala. Next. And we also train the young people because they are involved in fish processing the factories. You can see those young ladies. And we make various products. You see those fish fingers there. And it's very nice food from fish. And please, I advise you, those who are not from Burundi, don't eat food without tasting cake. Don't eat without tasting cake. Of course, there is also Dagala, but also we have the Dagala. The Dagala is also very nutritious because you eat everything, including the bones. And it's very nutritive. If there is a nutritionist here, they will tell you. So that Dagala is not for poor people. Dagala is for everyone. is including mothers and their children. It can fight malnutrition. It's very good. So please don't regard the Ganga as something which is for those people. It's for you also. Next. That is a continuation of the involvement of youth in fish processing factories. Next. Yes, those are the products from fish. All those products you see them are from fish, either fish scale or fish skin. And also, if you see that arrow there, that is called a fish maw. The fish maw on the right, left, and it is processed in the right. So the fish maw from right edge, the bag of the fish maw is 5 times more than the fillet. It is so expensive. So, but here in Burundi, maybe we have to invest. Is it possible to extract the fish maw and sell it to China? Or maybe the resource is not enough. That is something which before we are intending to do. Yes, next. That is a verification of products. You can see which is good. It's nice. Yes. Can you go back? Yes. Yes. Yes, these are products of fish skin. That much. Yes. That's fish. Fish skin. Not be shy to talk about it because nobody knows. Not be shy to talk about it because nobody can know. I've already talked about it. I was given all the 20 minutes by the moderator.
In the public interest, you can say something about those shoes.
Those shoes are made from skin of the Nile branch. So, of course, there's some combinations, but that's the end product. That's the handbag for ladies, very nice handbag. That's from also fish skin. And also, all those, everything that you see there is a product of fish. Everything that you see there. Next. Yes. Those are the products now. After teaching and training these women on how to better pack their products, that's how now they packing. You see, previously they were just putting in Kavera, they call Kavera in Uganda, I don't know, plastic bags. And you see, it's not attractive. You cannot get a good price. But with this packaging, I'm telling you, even by looking at it, you get impressed. Even if it's expensive. And you can take to the supermarket, get those rich people their money. So that is how we train them. So these are products that were displayed during our training once. Next. We also engage young people in research. That's on the left, top left, you see that's a research vessel which goes around the leg, even at the middle of the leg. And those are scientists. They could be both women and men. So even women, they spend 1 month in the lake without going to the land. And they eat fish, of course, they also take vegetables with them. They cook within the boat and they do research. And that is how they hold the fish next. That is the product, the fish samples next. Yeah, now this is now our catch for fish farming. This is called cage fish farming on the top, and bottom is just pond aquaculture. So that is what they do in the Victoria. I'm not very sure yet if in Tanganyika you have cages, but that's how it is easier and economical to rear fish in a cage because you use the water from the lake. You don't get into troubles with the pond. Because with the ponds, it's easier to get diseases. The feeds, they can contaminate the water, but within the lake, it's easier, economical, and you can get high profits. So those are called fish cages. Next. Yeah, we also, that was one of the training. You can see there, that is one of the trainees from our training. That was in the Republic of Kenya. We were training them on cage fish farming. Next. Since we are, this is art and cultural festival. So I just wanted to showcase. This is some group of youth who made that I love fish, you see, from used materials. So they recycled those materials and made that thing. Next. That is a group of youth. You know, and therefore we also facilitate, for instance, the government of Rwanda wants to bring Uganda or to take to Tanzania. We somehow assist them with the logistics. So we assist the logistics. So this is the group of youth from Tanzania who came to Uganda to learn about aquaculture and heritage farming. And the guy there with the hat and yellow t-shirt, that is the ambassador of Tanzania in Uganda. So he was the one responsible for talking to the politicians in Tanzania, and they allowed them to come. And we, as I said before, we facilitated them when they entered. Once they entered Uganda, we take over. We facilitated fueling for the vehicle. We arrange where they will be busy. We assign a scientist to go with them. So that is one of the training that we have. Next. Of course, partner states also assist in this regard in agriculture. That's from the youth. Raisania doa bilioni 35 kuwawezesha vijana kuwavuka kanda ya ziwa. So you see, if you're from Kenya, for instance, what about Kenya? If you're from Uganda, what about Uganda? So you are the youth. You can raise that voice to the politicians so that they can also assist you. So I just wanted to reflect that, and you can see the majority there are youth, and that who is speaking in the microphone is a minister responsible for issues of fisheries, and he was now delivering the message from the president that the president has offered you 33 billion shillings to engage in aquaculture. Next. As we advance the integration agenda, of course, some opportunities for youth are already crowded and contested. That is one of the islands. It's called the Gingo Island. I think some of you may have heard it. It is contested sometimes. You are really going too fast, and that is an opportunity which now youth have to know about because it's already crowded. Next. As we sensitize, this was one of our training to sensitize a public event to sensitize fish operators, fishermen, fish processors, fish traders, on how they can improve the value of their products. That was at the Kumo village within Rumonge province. And that training was graced by the Honorable provisional governor. And that kind of ngoma, you cannot, if you are just a mere person in the Burundi, it cannot be played unless you are a very big competition. And it was the ngoma was played for the governor, but I was also lucky to be played for that ngoma. I appreciate the people of Rumonge. Next. And ladies and gentlemen, tumefikia mwisho.
Mtendaji wa level 4, and for this interesting and exciting presentation, I am expecting very many questions from the youth on how they can engage with the fish, and from the other participants on how they can get that delicacy, that dish that you say we shouldn't leave this area without tasting. Thank you very much. I take the honor now to call upon our next presenter, Mr. Michael Ganga, presenting on the role of the East African Court of Justice in promoting EAC integration agenda. Karibu sana.
Response this symposium. My name is Michael. I'm Justice. I'm going to make a small presentation as to how I'm going to start by how we access the court, and then later on I will show you how the court has helped the integration. creation of the East African community integration process. So the East African Court of Justice is a court which is established under the Treaty of the East African Community. And when we look at the vision, of the court, the vision says it will be it is a one-class court. It's basic quality justice for a prosperous community. The mission is to contribute to the enjoyment of the benefits of original integration by ensuring that is justice, rule of law, and fundamental rights and freedoms through protection and application of and compliance with the East African laws. We have three core values. The court has three core values, which is independence, integrity, and impartiality. Next slide. In this slide, we are going to look at the establishment and the jurisdiction of the court. It is important to understand this, especially as youth and students. I would imagine the students here who are studying law, and even those who are studying law, it's important to understand this. So, the court has two divisions. We have the first instance division, and we have the appellate division. The first instance division is a trial chamber. So you can equate it, if you want to equate it with a local court, a national court, like the High Court. And then we have the appellate division, which is now a higher division, where you are dissatisfied with a court from the a decision of the High Court, then you go to the Court of Appeal. All right. So in this case, this is just one court, but with two divisions. So the court was established at Article 9 of the treaty. The presenter who just left the podium showed us a broad page of the treaty. That's the treaty we're talking about, which is like the constitution of the community. Right? So it's established at Article 9 of the treaty as one of the organs of the community, and draws its mandate under Article 23. And Article 23 says it's a judicial body which shall ensure adherence to law in the interpretation and application of and compliance with the treaty. So we have many articles in the treaty, and if you look at Article 27, Article 1, it gives the court it says the court has original jurisdiction for the interpretation and application of the treaty. Article 27.2, we see the treaty giving the courts, saying that the court will have a protocol, will be operationalized to extend the jurisdiction of the court in the near future. As we speak now, the protocol has not yet been operationalized, which protocol, if operationalized, will give extended jurisdiction to the court. So, but as far as the court is right now, is to interpret the treaty. If you look at Article 28, I'm just highlighting this, but we'll look into details into these articles in a short while. Article 28, Article 29, and Article 30, these are provisions which now will show you how you access that court by ways of references. A case study that court is referred to as a reference. That is just one of the cases. Then we will see Article 31 will also show us how you can bring another case in that court, which will be specifically a dispute between the community and its employees. So the community employees can also access that court under that Article 31. And that is on the first division. Then if you look at on the right-hand side, we have the appellate division, which then has been mandated to handle issues arising out of Article 32. That is arbitration, the contracts of the community, the parties in division, disputes between partner states, or commercial contracts. Again, at Article 34, we see you can also, the court can handle cases which are referred to as preliminary rulings from national courts, or the other one is case stated. So that is one of the preliminary rulings. Then under Article 35A, that's when now we see how now you appeal from the first instance division on the left to go to the appellate division on the right in the event you had a case in the first division and you're dissatisfied and you want to make an appeal. So the appeals will only lie to the appellate division under that article on just 3 points: points of law, B, grounds of lack of jurisdiction, or procedural irregularities. And then Article 36 also allows some members to bring in advisory opinion, which we'll see shortly who are these members who can bring an advisory opinion. So when you continue with access to court, and we ask ourselves who can access the court, we see Article 28, we can have a reference by a partner state. So a partner state is the member countries which make the community. Burundi is a partner state, Kenya is a partner state. All the countries are partner states, so they can come to court under that article, or an organ of the organ or institution of the community which has failed to fulfill obligation under this treaty or has fulfilled the obligation of the treaty. So one can come, those mentioned there can come to this court under that article, and a partner state can also refer to court for determination the legality of any act, regulation, directive, decisions, or action on grounds that it is ultra vires. We've had cases which have been filed in that court, and we have an example of this case of which was filed by the Attorney General of Burundi. You're suing the Secretary General of the East African Community and Honorable Fred Mukasa Mbide. That is reference number 2 of the year 2018. In this case, there were elections which were conducted to elect as people of EAC. EAC is East African Legislative Assembly, some of the organs of the community. An election was conducted, and Burundi, as a partner state, was dissatisfied. Not only Burundi, but Burundi and Tanzania were dissatisfied in the manner the elections were conducted. So they filed the court, filed this case, and the court, having looked at the evidence which was presented, held up the provisions governing the speaker under Rule 12 sub 1 and not 2. So there was the court held that there was a requisite, because what Burundi and Tanzania were contesting is that there was no requisite quorum to elect a speaker as per the standing rules of the community, of the EAC. But the court ruled otherwise, that there was a quorum and that the speaker was rightfully elected. The matter was, the reference was dismissed. Agreed by the said decision in our appeal, because this matter again, as I showed you, was first to go to the first division. So they appealed to the appellate commission. And the file is appeal number 2, 2018. The appellate division upheld the decision of the first division, but there was a cross appeal which was filed by the Secretary General. It was upheld, and the costs were awarded. Another form of coming to this court is through that Article 29, and this is a reference by the Secretary General. So the Secretary General of the community, who is the CEO of the community, can also come to this court and file a reference to that article. Now this is through council. He will refer a matter against the partner states. The partner states, if has failed to fulfill its obligation under the treaty or has infringed the provision of the treaty. So what will happen here, the Secretary General of the Council will submit a finding to the partner states, telling them, look, you did this or you have not done this. So that partner states, so that partner state can submit its observations on the findings, failure to which within 4 months, or failure to which within 4 months, or if the response from the partner states are unsatisfactory, then the SG will refer to cancel the decision, whether unsatisfactory to the council, then this to decide whether the SG will refer to court. The SG will be asking the council, can I now go to court because this partner state has not responded, or whatever they have responded is not satisfactory. So the council have powers to make a finding, a decision on that, or to instruct the SG to bring the matter to court. So far as we speak, this provision has not yet been utilized, so we don't have any case to this effect. Under Article 30, we see references by legal and natural persons. Now, any person who is resident in a partner state may refer for determination by the courts the legality of any act, regulation, directive, decisions, or actions of the partner states, institution of the community, for any act which is unlawful or alleging treaty infringement. Now, there is a catch here. If there is anybody who is been aggrieved by any decision or directive of a partner state, then he has to refer this or his complaints in this court within 2 months as of the time of the enactment or publication of the decision, action of the community or any of its institution, organs or institution. A number of cases have been filed under this provision. Article 30 sub 1, that is a provision. And we have a case, the case of, sorry, that was not decision of the issue, but the decision of the partner states. I beg your pardon. So in the case of Manario Desiree, this is a case which originated from here, Burundi. Manario Desiree is a Burundi national. He was suing the Attorney General of Burundi, and that is the appeal number 1 of the year 2017. So what happened in this case is that Manario Desiree had some property in Burundi, land, and he was challenging the manner in which the government or the relevant authority as pertaining land in Burundi acted in revoking licenses to ownership of those properties. So he went through all the courts in Burundi, tribunals, and he felt that he was not heard, or he has not been rightfully been given what is his. So he came to the East African Court of Justice under that article 30. Because they say any person resident in East African community. So if you live in Burundi, if you live in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, all the partners, then you are resident in East Africa community, and you're able to come to court under that act. So the court came to court, the case came to court, was heard, but was not the court ruled that Manario Desiree had no access to come to this court under that article. The reason being, Manario Desiree is a Burundi national, but he does not live in Burundi. He lives in the United States of America. That's where he lives. So the matter was thrown out on that ground, that he's not a resident of East Africa as by the article, the requirements of the article of the treaty. But there were judges, 2 judges who did not agree, because what happens in a court of law, a decision is given by either each judge writes the decision or the judges collectively write the decision, but that should not bar a judge who does not agree with other judges writing his or her decision. So in this case, the appellate division has 5 judges. As by that time, EAC Congo had not joined. South Sudan has joined, but does not have a judge in the appellate division, because the treaty provisions provide for only a maximum of 5 judges in the appellate division. So we are waiting until a time when the treaty is amended, so that we have a judge from South Sudan, a judge from EAC Congo. So the 5 judges currently in the appellate division, 3 of them ruled that Manario Desiree is not a resident of the East African, is not resident in East African community, because he lives in the US and he cannot come to court under this provision. But 2 judges disagreed with these other 3 judges. But what happens in law, you go with the decision of the majority. So the 3 judges' decision prevails. But anyway, that is something for another day. Next slide, please. Others have been found to be time barred for fulfilling Article 32. Like there was a case which was filed by somebody known as Malcolm Lukwiya. This was a Uganda national. He was suing the Attorney General of Uganda and the Attorney General of Kenya. In this case, this guy was arrested in. There was some terrorism acts in Kenya, in Uganda, sorry. So this Malcolm was connected or rather related to those acts, and he was arrested. But he ran to Kenya, so he was arrested by the Kenyan authorities, and then they took him to Uganda border through Malaba, and then he was held in Uganda for some time, and then he was brought back to Kenya. So when he was released, this guy now came to this court, and he was saying that his rights have been violated, and he wants the two countries, Uganda and Kenya, to be held accountable for that. The court held the matter, and the court held that the case falls within the jurisdiction of Article 23 and 27, and also individuals redress at Article 30, because he's an East African and resident in East Africa. The court also noted that the Treaty of the East African Community does not require exhaustion of domestic remedies. This is very important. In many treaties, international treaties, you are required to exploit local remedies, as in you go through all the courts in your country, like the Magistrate Court, High Court, Court of Appeal, Supreme Court, before you come to the East African Court of Justice. In this particular case, the Treaty of the East African Court of Justice does not require that. You can just come to the East African, the EAC Secretariat of Justice straight, for as long as you are aggrieved and the treaty allows you to come. The specific provision of the treaty. So, though this matter was again dismissed because it was brought out of the requirement of the time stipulated in the treaty, because the treaty says you have to come to court within 2 months of the act of violation. This day came way after 2 months. So it was dismissed instead. Under Article 31 of the treaty, we see disputes between community and its employees on terms and conditions of services, the interpretation and application of the staff rules. There was a case again filed under this article by Angela Amudo, suing the Secretary General of the community. Now, Angela Amudo was an employee of the community, so she was actually suing a boss. Violation of the provisions of the treaty. This lady was initially, she was hired by the East African community and worked on a temporary basis, short contracts. And then she worked for like 2, 3 or more contracts, and then later on she was told, "You are not going to get any further contracts." So at this point, that's where she was aggrieved, and she came to court, sued, and she was claiming that she's entitled to 5 years. That because the staff rules and regulations of the community says that a staff worker in the community will work for 5 years contract, renewable once. So you work for 5 years, then you are given another renewal, another contract for 5 years, and then once you serve 10 years, then that maximum you cannot continue to be a community worker, unless you are now starting afresh on another level in any different docket or category of employee. So this case came to court. The claimant was the first division had her and say that Angela Amudo was entitled to a contract of employment for a period of 5 years in accordance with the EAC staff rules and regulations, and she was awarded special damages and half-tax cost for not having been given that contract. She agreed by the decision. Okay, the court ruled in her favor, but she said, "No, look, I was asking for this kind of money because the community breached this, and I was entitled to this kind of money. The money, I think, if I remember, was running to almost $500,000 US. That's what she was asking for. But the court gave her only $9,000 US, so she didn't want to take that money. So she went to the appellate division so that the appellate division could review the money, enhance it. So she filed an appeal number 4 of 2014. And the Court of Appeal, the appellate division held that discovered that there were errors of law and procedure committed by the trial court. What happens here is the appellate division is always there to check what the trial court did. So when the appellate division had this case, they found that there were errors which were committed because they did not comply with what the East African Court of Justice rules and procedures says. Because there was crucial evidence in favor of the Secretary General was omitted. It was never submitted in court, which led to a wrong decision and a failure of justice. Appeal was then dismissed. And then there was a cross appeal now by the respondent, who is the Secretary General, which now was showing, which cross appeal was showing, which were these errors was allowed. And full course in both divisions were allowed. The appellant again is satisfied by that decision, trying to bring a review. Under the rules of the East African Court of Justice, there is a provision for reviewing, the court to review its decision. If you're not satisfied with the decision, you write, tell the court, now you gave a judgment to such and such a date. I'm not happy with the judgment. Will you please review it on this and this ground? So she brought that review, but again, it was thrown out by the court because the court said, no, we have looked at it and we feel like she's just trying to appeal our judgment, and she has not shown us anything new. So it was dismissed. This lady ran away for those who are from Uganda. Anyway, next. Article 32 provides, rather gives the court's jurisdiction to entertain arbitration clauses and special agreements. Court has jurisdiction to determine any matter arising from an arbitration clause contained in a contract agreement which confers such jurisdictions to which the community or any of its institution is a party to. Arising from a dispute between the partner states regarding this treaty, arising from arbitration. In brief, arbitration is one of the forms of resolving a dispute without necessarily going into, the nitty-gritties, the difficult part of litigation. So parties are always encouraged, whenever they find themselves in court, to seek a way they could use this an alternative dispute resolution mechanism because it's easier, it's faster, and it does not have those technicalities which are normally there in law. So whenever the parties come to court, the East African Court of Justice rules and regulations have provisions for mediation. They also have we have this arbitration. So those are ways you could decide to use. So before the court hears your case, we'll ask you, there is a pre-trial conference which is normally done. You are asked, are you people able to sit down, do mediation and agree as to whether you still want to pursue this long process? If you say yes, then the court will allow you to proceed. But if you say no, then they will facilitate you to do mediation or arbitration. Next slide, please. And this process, arbitration, is absolutely free. In most cases, or all over the world, arbitrations are very expensive, and especially in Europe. If you are to go before an arbitrator in Europe or even here in our countries in East Africa, you are paying a lot of fees to these arbitrators to sit you and try to make you agree. But in the East African Court of Justice, we do this arbitration. We don't charge anything. The judges will sit, they will hear you, they will try to help you, they will help you finally if you agree. Because again, it has to be willingness of the parties. That's right. Under Article 34, we see there is what is known as preliminary ruling of the national ruling. And what the preliminary ruling is basically is where an issue has arisen in a national court. You have filed a case with the High Court of Burundi, High Court of Kenya, High Court of Uganda, Tanzania, and then issues arise as to what does this, a provision of the treaty. Then at that point, the treaty or rather, this article encourages parties to agree or rather the judge presiding that matter to refer this matter to the East African Court of Justice. Why is this important? This is important because we want the East African community laws, we are anticipating at some point they'll be harmonized. So we don't want people interpreting the treaty differently. We don't want national courts interpreting the treaty differently. So it is encouraged on this article to bring in an issue arising out of an article of the treaty to the East African Court of Justice. There was a case in Uganda, in the case of the Attorney General of the Republic of Uganda versus Tom Rwanda, when a matter was filed in the Ugandan courts, High Court, and an issue arose as to whether the Ugandan High Court can handle whether issues were whether the provisions of Article 6, 7, and 8, this is the treaty, and 3 are just shareable, as in the courts are capable of handling this article, listening to submissions being made under this article. And the second issue was as to whether the provisions of Article 6, 7, 8, as read together with 7 and 3 of the treaty, are self-responsibility, and for first sufficient legal authority in the national courts of the partner states to obtain matters relating to the violation. And the court held that the national courts of tribunals are entitled to entertain matters involving the violation of the treaty, that is as provided for in Article 33, sub 1 of the treaty, and Article 6, 7, 8 of the treaty are justiciable, or that means they can be charged. Justiciable is other of saying they can be. The national courts can entertain this, and also the tribunals. But it went further and said, decisions of the East African Court of Justice in the interpretation of the treaty shall have precedence over decisions of the national courts and tribunals on similar matters. That is explicitly provided for under Article 33 of Article 33 sub 2 of the treaty. So this is what I was saying, that whenever an issue arises, we want the East African community laws to be harmonized. So refer this matter to the committee, because if you don't, to the ESJ, if you don't, and then at a later stage the ESJ gives its ruling, and the High Court of Uganda or Burundi had given its ruling on that issue, then the ruling of the High Court of the ruling of the ESJ will be there over the decision of the national court. Article 35A, we see appeals. This is what we have started by saying, that from the first instance petition, then we go to the appellate division on appeals, and appeals only lie as per the rules of the court on points of law, grounds of lack of jurisdiction, or procedural irregularity. Nothing else. No issues of facts in the appellate division. We had a case there, Attorney General of the Republic of Tanzania, Animal Network for African Network for Animal Welfare. And the court ruled that while the appellant may be genuinely aggrieved, the issues before the appellate division could not be proper appeal, as only questions of law, jurisdiction, or procedural irregularity may be appealed to the appellate division. Questions of fact are not available. The appellate division has no role to obtain grounds of appeals whose input is one of facts, namely, because the issue which arose in this was whether the court below accorded weight to the appellant's submissions. Those are issues of facts, and the appellate division cannot entertain this. To do so would be to advocate and himself the role which by the treaty is expressly allocated to the first instance petition. Under Article 36 of the treaty, you see there are what are known as advisory opinions of the court. This can only be brought by the summit. The summit is constituted by all the heads of state of the partner states. So the president constitutes the summit, then the council, which is the ministers in charge of EAC affairs, and then a partner state, also a partner state. The court to give an advisory opinion. So this one is not open to everyone. Only those 3 players can come in court asking for that. We've had advisory opinions in the ESG. And its purpose actually is to enable the community or its organ or institution and the partner states to get a clear interpretation of the treaty if there is any article or provision in the treaty which is not clear, then these three players can come to court and ask, could you please tell us what you meant by it, or what the treaty is by this? So that's the purpose of an advisory opinion. How it's brought to court is whoever is bringing it will have to bring an exact statement, of the questions, the opinion, and all relevant documents likely to be of assistance of the court are attached. Then the registrar of the court will give notice of the request to all partner states and give time frames fixed by the president of the court for written or oral submissions. We've had this advisory opinion, the matter of a request by the Council of Ministers of East African Community for an advisory opinion, advisory opinion number 1, 2008. The issues were as placed there, whether the principle of variable geometry is in harmony with the requirement for consensus decision making. Number 2 was whether the principle of variable geometry can apply to guide the integration process. Number 3 was whether the requirement of consensus decision making applies to the court. Determine this by deciding the first and the second issue in the affirmative and the last issue in the negative. What this simply means is that this is a provision of the treaty which requires partner states to move at the same pace in whatever they are doing, making decisions. But the court here was saying you do not have to move together at once. If partner state A says we want to do this, and partner state B says we don't want to do this now, we'll do it at a later stage, then let them proceed. Those who are ready, let them proceed. These other ones will catch up with you later. It's like this. Article 40, we see there is intervention. So a partner state, the Secretary General or a President of partner states who is on a party to a case before the court, may with the leave of the court intervene in that case, but the submissions of intervention intervening party shall be limited to candidates. Say anybody, even you, anybody as long as you're a resident in East Africa, can come to court and say, I want to have an interest in this. Can I be allowed to participate? And the courts will look at your prayers and if convinced, then they will allow you to. Okay. The government under Rule 59 of the East African Justice Case of Procedure. Now, I want to just briefly, in finishing, because I'm finishing the next few minutes, the role of the court in promoting the East African integration. So the court has contributed to the development of the East African community jurisprudence in different areas, including human rights, the place of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, shared resources, remedies for the situation, cross-border trade. The cases I've cited in this presentation are all lying under all these broad areas. We have human rights, we have charter, we have shared resources, we have remedies for treaty violations, we have cross-border. There is a protocol known as the Common Market Protocol, which came to force in 20th November 2009. Now, this Common Market Protocol is very important to the community because it gives so many rights to the East African community residents. It gives you right, and you as an East African right to live in any East African country you want. It gives you rights to work in any East African country you want. It gives you a right to settle and start a business. It gives you so many rights, including your spouse and your children, those who are spouses and children. But sadly, because of self-interest of partner states, the not partner states that want proceeding, most of their sovereignty and all that, this protocol has not been fully implemented, but it has been implemented at some point. We have cases, like we had a case in our court where Uganda as a country was charging more duty on, there was a company in Uganda known as BAT, it's a company which manufactures cigarettes, was charging more duty on cigarettes which are coming from Kenya to Uganda, as compared to cigarettes which are being manufactured in Uganda. So the court ruled that that was discriminatory. So that is one of the rights given under the Common Market Authorities, that let all the East African community partner states harmonize their laws, that we have you do not put these unnecessary entities, non-tariff barriers yes, there are those tariffs which are actually taxes. The government or other manufacturers will pay the taxes, but let's remove unnecessary barriers like NTBs are like, licenses, visas, those are NTBs. So under the Common Market Authority protocol, all those things are discouraged. Let's do away with them. Let's not have, if I'm going to Uganda, I'm a Kenyan. Let's not the Uganda immigration tell me I get a visa to go to Uganda. So all those things have been removed. We have no visas in East Africa. And I compare to if you want to go abroad or some other places. So that is in the spirit of the Common Market Authorities. We're also saying that let's remove requirements for what we call this work permits. All that. I was at okay, so that was cross-border trade. Then there is duty interpretation, local standard, national responsibilities, partner states, among others. So all these you're seeing are what the court, the East African Court of Justice, the role it has played in the integration, because the court, as we speak today, it has ruled on those broad areas, all of them. The court has promoted regional integration by enforcing areas of rule of law in the interpretation of fundamental principles of the community, is the rule of law, good governance, human rights has been. The court has highlighted areas where partner states have failed to comply with the treaty obligations. The court has not feared on that, and the partner states, you are wrong. Do ABCD. There are so many laws in the partner states have been amended because of the decisions of this court, including the Tanzania media laws, there was one in Kenya, and many others. I even in I encouraged out of court settlement, were successful. Concluding, yeah, there was a matter which was brought to the court by some parties from the Republic of South Sudan, and they were asked, you don't have to go, look, you don't have to go this lengthy litigation process. Can you guys sit down, do a mediation? And these people sat down, and within 2 days, and it was involving a lot of money, billions of dollars. Thousands of dollars, and the matter was settled because it was a big arbitration, product matter. In finishing, then we, as to align this role of the court with our theme for this Jamafest 5th edition. During the COVID pandemic, we started late 2019. The courts worked from home. We were hearing cases, the judges were listening to cases when they were in their partner states, because judges in this Court of Justice come from all the 6 partner states. Now, DRC Congo, 7 partner states. I said earlier, we still don't have a judge and public states. So the 5 partner states. So when COVID started, I remember it was in March 2020. That's why it was really bad. We closed offices in Arusha. The Court of Justice is based in Arusha as its temporary office, waiting where the summit will decide where to be permanently hosted. So from 20th March 2020, we were working from home. All the judges and all the support staff were working from home. But surprisingly, the court managed to handle more cases than it had handled, or rather than it handles traditionally, while at the head office. We did so many matters, and what happened is we just used video links. A judge in Uganda, in Kenya, and court clerks in Tanzania, Kenya, all of them logged into the system, and the lawyers, litigants, and witnesses from wherever they are, provide them with the links, and they join and they participate in proceedings fully. And judgments are delivered the same manner using video links. So this was very interesting. It was a challenge to the court, but we managed it, and it was really an eye-opener that anything can be done in this way. The language of the community has also been a challenge because the treaty says that the language of the community is English. The court has had people who want to speak in Kiswahili because these are people who don't know English. the people who don't, the people who have come to court who want to speak in indigenous languages. We've had cases there from Tanzania nationals who are Maasais, or those who know who Maasai community is. And they're saying we can't speak Swahili, we can't speak English. So we get a translator, Maasai translator who is on for staff, then he translates from Maasai to Swahili. From Maasai to English, so that they can follow. Yeah, so I think honorable DSG, that's another challenge we are having. Maybe we could bring this up to the relevant authorities that we need the treaty amended as soon as possible so as to incorporate the vast languages in East Africa. And then need to amend the treaty, that's what I was going to say, to incorporate all these challenges. Then the courts, in the spirit of the law, to reach its stakeholders, who are the litigants, started rotational sessions. Just like in the partner states, we have the Court of Appeal. And what I know is, because I also come from partner states, most partner states, Court of Appeals rotate all over the country, especially the major towns and cities, like in Kenya. I come from Kenya. They go to Mombasa, they go to Kisumu, they go to Nyeri, they go to Eldoret, all those major cities, periodically, to listen to people from there, because they're saying justice needs to be brought closer to the people, so that one doesn't have to travel 600 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers to listen to a case. You need to bring it closer to them, and that is when justice is seen to be done. So the courts, again, in that spirit, we started those international sessions last year. For those who are with us, who were in Burundi here last year, November, and we stayed here for a whole month. We listened to so many cases here. We went to some universities, we went there, did some speeches. We had some very good interactions with the students. And I think I want to end there. I think I've exhausted my time. And I thank you all so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if I want to address you. You know, our land friends, so we can't get to their terminology so easily, but we pay attention because there are things that are touching most of us in all sectors. And I wish we had more time, and we are looking forward to another engagement where it will be special. And we want to have a supplement from the representative of the judge president. And let me pass on the microphone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Moderator. I just want to, a lot has been said, just to do some supplements to micro or some correction or some information to people from Burundi. As you know, Burundi and Rwanda, they come from civil system or French system. And the court, it applies common law system. It is also a bit challenge. So I advise people from Burundi, when they bring cases to courts, they read rules of the court. Because it's totally different from what we system. That's what I wanted to add on. And as also Michael said, the court has two divisions. There are not two courts, two divisions. It's first instance division and appellate division. The first instance division is a trial court. He has facts and the evidence and assess everything. And the appellate division, as simply say, it's a correctional court to correct some maybe mistakes which maybe have done by the trial court. And to bring an appeal in appellate division, the appeal is brought under some conditions. There are three, as he said: the point of laws, lack of jurisdiction, and the procedural irregularities. Under those three, and the appellate division has to take also three decisions: either it appelle, to dismiss, or to omit, ou tout simplement dit, il confirme, rejette ou promet, ou renvoie le dossier à la première instance. Parce que it can't review facts and the other thing. Or when it finds that the prior court made some mistakes or made some misinterpretation, to access to court, it's free of charge. There's no cost. Anyone feel that his right under the treaty or there is a violation of the treaty, he can immediately bring the case to the court. When I say immediately bring the case to the court, because you have 2 months to bring the case to the court. Otherwise, after that month, from the fact or from the day you feel that there is a violation of the treaty. Otherwise, your case or your file will be rejected. Also, those 2 months, because that there's no need to exhaust local remedies, despite other regional or international courts. To take your case in the African court, to take your case in COMESA or other courts, you have to exhaust. Vous devez vider d'abord les procédures intérieures. Donc, tu dois avoir des disputes de juridiction jusqu'à la haute juridiction. Pour ce qui est de la Cour de l'Est africain, de la Cour de justice de la communauté africaine, on n'a pas besoin. On n'a pas besoin de saisir les juridictions intérieures ou internes. This who may use the court, he explains. And I want also to emphasize on this, the court has arbitral jurisdiction. The arbitral jurisdiction and mediation. The court can't send you, that's what I want to correct, they can't send you in arbitration. No. To have that jurisdiction arbitration, you may have the clause of arbitration. Those who have done the law, know the law, what we call in French a clause compromissoire or arbitral clause. But court can send you in mediation or advise you to do the mediation. And for arbitral jurisdictions, we want to sensitize people to use this court. It's a court which has specialists because the arbitral jurisdiction is the appellate division is the division which do the arbitral cases, and you have those competent people or legal experts who can handle your cases and free of charges. And as Michael said, all over the world, the arbitral process is very expensive. It's known to be very expedite, and but it costs a lot. But if people know here, those who can advise, even to advise your government, if you want, you can advise your government to, when they draft contract, to put that clause, arbitral clause. You will find this is not, I think it is a problem in the region and in other countries. For example, when a country has a contract with international organization or company, you find advisors from the AG's Attorney General or the Minister of Justice. draft contracts, and that contract, they put arbitration in London, and or arbitration in Paris, or arbitration elsewhere. And this is very costly. And this will not even, there are people who will come from Singapore elsewhere to hear your case. They don't know how the local particularity or the local problems. So I think here I want to advise people from different areas here. I advise their governments when they sign contracts, they can put a clause, arbitral clause, and put the courts as, I'm not advising a court, I'm bringing more cases, but I advise really to have our countries not to spend the money which would be used for other things, but to not take that money in UK or USA. You know, lawyers can talk a lot. One place I can supplement is, you know, the theme here was the role of the courts to ensure they have the integration, how the courts ensure the integration. That's the work of the court when to interpret or to assure the application or the compliance of the treaty. That's what the court have been doing by different cases. Michael cited some, like BAT case, we have other, these are cases. We have many cases, most of them are related to human rights, but these particular cases like BAT case and the KIO case, these are cases related to customs union, that the free movement of person and goods. This was related to movement of goods. He explains BAT case and the KIO case is a case from Tanzania against the Republic of Kenya, where also Kenya has put some taxes on goods from Tanzania. So, but before we deliver a judgment, Kenya has changed his law, so which is good, and also they complied with the treaty. What else I had to supplement here is that the court used like three instruments: the treaty, the rules of the courts, and the case laws. So if you want to come to court, please be familiar with the treaty, be familiar with the rules, especially, and also read some cases because, as you know, in common law system, they write on cases. So if your case is similar to other cases that court has handled, you have many chances to read. To close this, the response of the courts during the pandemic explained. The court, I think, is the one in the region whose speech started online hearings. During the pandemic, the court held online hearings. People were from home and they staff home and judges, but they could come together and hear cases and deliver judgments. Even after the pandemic, the online hearings continued. Now court can hold hybrid sessions where people can also continue to stay in their homes or others can come on their choice. Thank you.
I can see the conversation is really getting interesting. We are getting a lot of information, and thank you very much for bringing this message to the people. We really need this. This is the time, and we are looking forward to an engagement tomorrow on live language. After seeing that it's one of the challenges that is facing the East African Court of Justice, so that we see what should be done when they are here, make a decision on that. At this time, I would like also to call on the Honorable PSG to give comments and remarks, and then we open the discussion to the rest of the members. Thank you very much.
Mine is just to come back in the context of East African community integration process. We have presentations, we have discussions, but for aim and for end result is to find out kind of contribution to the integration process. We know our community is people-centered, our community is business-driven. And here I wish to go, but the summit of heads of state has already directed the community, Council of Ministers, to ensure mechanisms are put in place to promote local industries. And now here, culture, arts, these are also industries, unfortunately, which are not well developed, but which have to be developed. These are actually very lucrative industries in some parts of the world. And if you analyze it well, you can get actually money from this area and a lot of money. But you are not doing what it deserves so that you can benefit from them. What I am putting on the table here now is how can Bokot, how we as East Africans, young people, can we contribute to this in the promotion of local industry as requested by the Council of Ministers. And now I wanted to actually give you some examples and to mobilize you to be actors in this process. Integration process, promotion of local industries. We are happy in many cases as East Africans, I will to say it, to be manipulated by others, and you accept and you move forward. Manipulation, which sometimes is hidden, where you get education, where you get kind of offers here and there, in a way of teaching you, training you to be a good customer for what is produced abroad, to be a good ambassador for our culture or cultures, to be a good ambassador for our product to be sold in your country. This is what kind of education we have been getting. And here I wanted to bring you back thinking around kind of changing mindset. We have been behaving like we have a kind of complex vis-a-vis some other people with bright colors. This complex, which is sometimes seen as inferiority complex. And this we should be working towards actually affirming ourselves with our culture. Because in the past, I remember one was presenting and speaking about witchcraft, medicines which are not recognized, which are treated like very negative to be used because of their traditional, and not doing enough towards actually improving or to are able to improve, and which are able to gain from. So the idea here now is promotion of local industry, where local consumption is key. Do we consume what we produce? Are we mobilizing the people to consume local? or we are mobilizing people to consume what is coming from outside. Sometimes you hide or behind the issue of quality, but normally quality can also develop if you build the capacity of local people. If you train them to ensure they are actually at a level which is acceptable. You accept to maybe suffer for 1 year, 2 years, and ensure that the rest of your life things are moving in the right direction. So hiding behind quality is not enough if you are not contributing, improving this quality, it's going to move forward, importing what is not necessary to be imported from outside. So here, I wish to highlight the fact that importation or imports of different things from outside is costly. In East Africa itself, we have been losing like between 400 and 700,000 of jobs because we are just importing food security food items. Importing means you are sending money so that other people can work to send you something which you were able to produce locally. And when it comes to governments, you will be seeing imports from maybe China or elsewhere of items which can be produced locally, like offices, chairs, tables, doors, and other things which can be produced locally. By taking this public money and sending it outside to buy things local can be produced, producing. And what you are supposed to do is to improve maybe their competencies, to help them in standards, and to ensure maybe in 1 or 2 years, 3 years, what you need as quality is there. But you are also the one who is supposed to put this quality there. So this should be seen in a way of how can we complement each other to ensure we are promoting local production, and then we are making our local products respected by ourselves, by our children, what is in many cases missing. We don't invest in fine-tuning. We have this echo here. Are we doing right research? We have East African Health Research Commission here. Are we doing enough research so that we ensure that what we call witchcraft when it comes to medicines, we are improving and extracting what is needed and then promoting for quality and for dosage so that it is actually no more criticized. Because what we are not actually pushing for local consumption, we are selling it as raw material for other people to go and transform and send us back for finished product, which is expensive, and in between you have exported jobs and you are crying on the other side, but you have a problem of unemployment. So this kind of thinking, which is proactive, should be actually in the mind of everyone to try to see how can we contribute better. Just thinking about improving in our culture, investing in our culture, arts, our traditional medicine. But let us start by ourselves, not put our finger to people like me. I can criticize myself. I should be putting something which is made locally. And yet I have been hiding something. It's very negative. It's very negative. Because it is not promoting what is produced locally. And yet the council has already decided. This is official. But to start, at least every Friday, let us put local EAC made attire, product from local. And then there is also a week for Sunday, which is called the East African Fashion Week, where we are supposed to actually mobilize and wear East African produced items. As young people now, what I am saying here is to say, push for consuming local. Mobilize and think actually that local is good, not to be oriented think about bringing things from outside or consuming only things from outside, because we are actually selling outside or selling outside for jobs you are looking for. See, for population which is 100.6 million, almost 50% of the population being young people. Most of these young people are unemployed or underemployed. If we don't actually put a lot of energy in whatever we are doing to create jobs here, by promoting also local consumption and mobilizing for that, the number of people who are unemployed will be increasing, and this should stop. So thinking about home, culture, and all things have to go together with what do we intend to achieve? How do we improve? Not discussing only, but also pushing for actions. And here my call is really to avoid, wherever possible, public procurement for items which we are able to produce locally. So to buy them from outside, and also as persons, whenever you are going to buy something, think twice. Because if I buy maybe something which is made in Burundi, it means giving money or giving capacity of one employer to give money to some other people who will go and buy salt, buy soap, buy something else, and then help also these small businesses to exist. But if I send money outside, then I understand. So now, when it comes to Boko's why they are to see people are keeping 14 things which are being produced locally and they are using the public money, and then there is no question, how can Bokot come in to push and help pushing actually our partnership to buy local? Because this was the decision of the Council of Ministers of Summit to promote local industry. How can we go to help in that way? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable DSG, for your contribution. And now we are opening the conversation to the House. And I want to request that we start with one presentation and we finish it and go to the next, because we have very few minutes remaining. That is, if I still have any. We want to talk about this and then we'll move on. Can I have someone help me with move the microphone? Yes. Can we start with the quote that is still hot? Okay, there's a hand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, and all our distinguished speakers this afternoon. On the quote, I think as a region, we need to push for some kind of interface and synergy between the formal justice system and the traditional justice system. For example, in cases of inter-clan matters, if I can use that, and inter-family matters, the formal justice system does not provide healing, if I can use that. This person, we had a case actually in Uganda where, of course, the court system did their part, but this person had to also go to the clan and then kneel and then beg for mercy and all that. So probably the two must, they should find a way of complementing each other, especially with the healing processes and reparations. And then secondly, we need the justice system to work with the gatekeepers, that is the cultural leaders, and involve them.
so that we do not have cases like where people hide behind culture to commit, to violate human rights. Again, I'll give you an example of my country. Less than a month ago, there was an issue of child marriage. A girl of senior 2 was forcefully being dragged into marriage, and they were citing culture. Our culture says this, our culture says that. So it's very, very important that our formal justice systems can find a way of working together with this in terms of sensitizing them so that they are also able to talk to their people, because our people respect, like where I come from, we have a king. So our people listen so much to these cultural leaders. Therefore, we need to bring them on board and involve them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another hand, we shall have already 3 comments on the code, and then we shall move to the next one. Yeah, you can give a microphone.
Maybe I can wait for my question because my question goes on topic number 1, arts industry and the tourism. I mean, harnessing cultural tourism in the EAC.
Yeah, let's finish with the code. 2 more questions. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to supplement to engage in the laws, the Burundi and the other countries, the Commonwealth. But it will be mentioned in the EAC as well. They use the okay. Otherwise, the other question, Honorable Facilitator, I wanted to, because now I'm not a lawyer anyway, but you seem like you are advising on the arbitration is just on advising. You don't punish. Is it the case? And if you punish, so how do you punish a country which is have been in your terms, the way you use, they have been found to be, is it a country guilt? Well, now, how do you punish a country which doesn't adhere to the judgment?
Thank you very much. Another question to EACJ. Okay, if we don't have another question, can we move to the next? That was youth participation and employment. Any question on youth participation and employment? Any comment, supplement, or question? Where we looked at fish from Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. Did you note anything key that you need some clarification on? Do you have a question on how you can participate in those activities? And there's a hand. There's a hand, and you feel free, you know, we have 3 official languages. You can use either of the languages, Kiswahili, Kifaransa, na Kiingereza.
Okay, about youth participation and employment. It is a situation which in our country of environment phenomenon, which is very, very dangerous, we can say. I don't know if you can in the other countries of EAC, it is the same. So how does the EAC staff contribute in those presentation session? Yeah, for young people so that they can do their apprenticeship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The role of the RBFO or EAC general in sensitizing the youth in relation to their enterprises in relation to fish farming. Thank you. Any other question? Yeah, there's a hand at the back. Then there's one here. We end that section.
Thank you very much. Lebuha is my name. I lecturer at the Higher Institute of Education. Yeah, I am a lecturer in Kiswahili, but I don't try English. First and foremost, I would like just to thank these members of Kakama, whereby 2019 they did promote Burundian youths in learning Kiswahili as masters, whereby we did get graduate thanks to them. That's the reason why I stand up so that I did thank them. I do thank them for this issue of East African mobilization that they did promoted so that we have such a degree. Today I have such a degree.
If the question is on Kiswahili language, we have a topic on languages tomorrow. I would request that you go straight to one that is on youth empowerment in the interest of time.
Okay, I'm coming to the point. I'd like just to make comments on this issue of local in that space, or just by investing on our cultures. Investing on our cultures requires investing first on local languages. I've heard something about Matlengo, which is something which is very suitable and which I do much honor, I do much comment on. There is no way just we can invest on our cultures or just our local industries I did here without investing on our languages. The issue that I want to just, though it costs an arm and a leg just to have one language which may be common to EAC partnerships, it costs an arm and a leg, but if it should be there, it should be helped just to investing on our cultures and therefore be having those local industries that you making forward. And that is the first question. Another question that I do like just to be acknowledging that it's good that we are in EAC, but I see that these members of EAC, we are not on the same level. We are not equal in terms of development. Therefore, I do suggest that if we are able, we should do such a way that we should use money so that maybe it can help when when it really our resources, when producing our resources from one country to another, it can help. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One more question, and I request that you, when you're asking a question or making a point or a comment, you go straight to the point, because we are running out of time. We're supposed to be getting out of this room for the next session. So please try to be so quick.
Thank you. For me, it's not a question, but I think it is a contribution. I appreciated the idea to decide a local fashion day, as they say, Mashariki. So I would like to put this idea in a recommendation for this
this symposium, if possible, because I found that it's a good idea for us, and then it can help to promote the local industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we move on to the last two sections, research, innovation, and the investment in art and culture? Just half a minute.
Thank you so much. Well, Thierry Njimbe is my name. Well, I was most impressed by the presentation on the youth empowerment on employability across the EAC, especially when it comes to fishing. I was really excited, and I was interested by the activity that that institution is actually carrying on. Fishing is actually one of the initiatives that should be given importance and worked on in order to fight food insecurity across East Africa. However, there are different challenges that those in that sector are faced with. You talked about aquaculture or farming fish businesses. I found that that business is, many people don't know about it in this country and probably in other East Africa member states, because it's very rare to find areas where they are raising fish. So I would very much encourage the initiative of training young people about this sector, about this activity, and even implement schools, because only doing sensitization, that happen only occasionally, this is actually not sufficient. The second thing I would like to say is that there are challenges when it comes to, preserving our lakes with, the irresponsible types of fishing that you find in our countries, people are doing. For example, you will find those who go fishing, you find that most of the time they go very far from the, from the sand, and they spend the whole night in the lake trying to fish. Some of them would like to empty their boiler, for example, and then you find they don't have, facilities, to do that. You find they do everything, on the lake, and then you find the lake is being, affected. So I would like to know if there are some of the measures that that institution is doing in order to preserve our lakes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, LVFO and LVBC. They will give us a response to that. Can we listen to questions and comments on research, innovation, and investment in arts and culture? And then there's some hands. We shall come to the responses later at the group. Can I have the 3 hands so that we finish the questions so fast? Yeah, we already have 2. Thank you. Oh, there's another one. We have 3 hands in that section.
Thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Space Jamafest. I'm a lecturer from Higher Institute of Education, Rwanda. It's not a question, but it's a comment. The presenter on this topic mentioned some points about, for instance, culture is not only about the exhibitions, but it's also about the way of thinking. And if I connect with this idea with the idea of the one who was commenting on how people consider the local products, I think there is a way we have now to change our attitude toward locally made things, because I sense that have a kind of negative attitude, and with this we can't go far. That is why we see, even when we look at the when we go to the market, the tendencies like considering what come from abroad as the best quality and then neglect what is made locally. And this will affect then how we market the products. And even if we start from the languages themselves, the way we address those locally made things, we may find sometimes using negative language and as a culture, one of its elements in the language itself, it may be a way of either giving it the power or reducing the power. There are some words that are used, if I use the reference of Kirundi, when we are referring to cultural products. In Kirundi, they say tuganegeni. This is a very negative word. It has a bad connotation. It's like, it's something that childish, that has no value at all, that any child can create or produce. So there is a need now for the Kirundi Academy to find an appropriate word that can be promoted with the media so that everybody may know what is the appropriate word to call the cultural productions that come from the intellect of the people. There is also, maybe this will be put in recommendations about the way things should be done, because when we talk about procurement, maybe some people here may not be directly involved, but they are closer to those who are involved in a way or another of how now we can change the attitude. That is again the way of thinking. How do we think? And this could be another way of promoting the local things. By the way, when I came, I was expecting people around here, almost all of them wearing vitenge, because this is a local or African-made attire. To end, just as a digression, it's very short, to show how we should change the attitude, our way of thinking. It is a joke that was shared. Maybe some of you may know it. It was a flight that was about to take off. And then the, what do we call, the air hostess or the person who announces the way that the plane is going to decorate was saying, please, ladies and gentlemen, sit comfortably, we are about to take off. And one of the person who was seated was the head of the department of one university in Africa, and he knew they said that this airplane was made by students from the faculty of X university. And then the head of the department was saying, and everybody, by the way, was going out fearing that the plane would crash at any time. So the head of the department said, I'm sure if these students are from our department, it's not going even to take off. So that is, to me, that was not sure, it was not confident in the quality of the people contributing to empower. So we see that the change of way of thinking is a key in whatever we may do as far as promoting our resources to solve issues. And that is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's one here and then director.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. On preservation of the integrity of our culture and environment, I think that as a region, our biggest challenge is that our culture is not well documented, and this impacts on the continuity of indigenous knowledge. Therefore, we have to find a way of documenting our culture through either setting up some kind of repositories in our partner states, and then of course, strengthening, investing more in research, and then making sure that this information is available. During break day, I was just telling a colleague that my grandfather was a herbalist, but he died with the knowledge. Because none of his children was interested in knowing the plans, he used to get for us to get here. So we really need to document this, and then we also keep them. Secondly, Madam Chair, is the issue of corporate responsibility, especially by agencies, for example, who are constructing our roads. Most of our corporate responsibility strategies do not include culture. What I know is that this gender and HIV and environment is well taken care of, but I don't think that they look at issues of culture. And in the process, for example, of constructing roads, you find hills, mountains being dismantled. You find our socially valued plants are being cut without any, they don't give any value to it. So probably as a region, we also need to come up with some strategies, or maybe our local content policies should be able to integrate the fact that we should preserve our socially valued plants, and then some of those key cultural centers and natural resources. Then the issue of standards. Now this is under enhancing cultural tourism. Now, if as a region we would like to promote our culture and also make our region culturally attractive, then the issue of standards comes in. And standards goes hand in hand with technology, whether it's modern technology or appropriate technology. And that also calls for investment, because some of the challenges, for example, our cultural medicine, probably it will be discussed tomorrow, but I may not be there. So allow me to say it, Madam, that some of our challenges has something to do with the quality, and then issues to do with the doses. For example, you can have the medicine, the herbal medicine, but you do not know actually how much you're supposed to take. So probably those are things that our herbalists should be able to work on as well. Lastly, and this is to my DSG, the Honorable DSG, we've been holding the Jamafest. This is the 5th edition. And each of the Jamafests have had symposiums. And those symposiums have generated key recommendations. Probably it's time to now start validating ourselves where we are on the implementation of those recommendations. So I look forward, God willing, the next Jamafest, whether we can be able to evaluate what countries have been doing on all these recommendations that we've been making. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We have the last question, and then we go to the responses and we close that session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Facilitator. It's good that I have got a person to take me to the Vitenge in the evening, because the lecturer seems to know where they are good, and they should tell me more about the story of the students. Honorable Chairperson, from the professor's presentation, I got that one of the not having a formula of a research on a culture. I'm an economist, come a little bit of engineering and a mathematician. I thought the honorable professor, we having a hypothesis is a formula. So we need conducting a research will have a formula in anyhow, even if you don't have mathematics or logarithm and the integration there.
Thank you very much. I don't think we have any other issue. Can we have the microphone to the respondents in the interest of time, so that we move on to the next phase, because it's already 30 minutes past the time was supposed to close. Whoever feels free like starting first, maybe a couple of justice first, yeah.
Thank you. We have two questions. The one from Ganga, here it was a program of local justice or cultural justice versus formal. Was that?
Yes, that was
okay. Actually, these days, people are promoting what they call the alternative dispute resolution. As discussions have been made today, that those white people, when they came, they made us to hate our way of living, our way of praying, our way of doing everything, so we can embrace their culture. That's also what happened when they wrote courts and laws, and it doesn't mean that we hadn't courts, doesn't mean that we hadn't laws and the way of central or disputes. Let me give you an example of Rwanda, for example. Rwanda, we had the Gacaca courts. I think all of you had that. And the Gacaca court helped Rwandans after genocide to settle disputes after genocide. And the objective was not the punishment. The objective was that people come before what they call the suspects and the victims try to after the court, and people can live together. And also the church helped because under this European system or was all system, I can call it, these cases will take like 120 years. If we would go from past sentence, prosecution, appeals, and up to conviction. But in Gacaca, people were called and sit together, and that Gacaca is not brought up for genocide. It was a practice which have been there from years, and which is in every country, I think, that practice has different names in every country, but it's there. But we left our ways of conflict resolution to use courts and other. I don't say that courts don't help, but we can also try to come back in our culture, in our culture justice to resolve as said, in Uganda, people respect the king, and the king that the people respect that culture justice. That also can change that sometimes culture law doesn't follow the laws. And to, let's say, this violation of the law under culture, when you marry a child, that's has been happening, but the only way to, let's say, to cure this is to use that cultural justice. That's the way how I understand it. Otherwise, we can use them together, and the ADR, or alternative dispute resolution, it includes also mediation, and in our culture justice, it was always the mediation. To bring the elders, and you sit with the elders, and the elders take the decision. And all the times, what was the people were speaking that after a court session, after hearing, people will come and live together. That's, I think, even this Jamafest or other people may again start to think and develop that culture depending on each country how they used to do it. And the second question comes from the right. In the partner states to EAC are now 7, and 3 of them coming from civil law system. This is the DRC, Burundi, and Rwanda. But at the beginning, the court started with 3 countries, which are Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, which were common law system. That's why others who joined continue in that process of that procedures. But I think maybe time will come, because now system of balancing people, they will make their own laws or their own rules, law one, the treaty, but the rules, because we are applying rules, common law system rules, but we now think are getting changing, because we are bringing civil system thinking, the way of thinking, which is sometimes different of the common laws. And the other question was that the arbitration don't punish. I don't think that was not definitely in arbitration. In mediation that we call win-win situation. You don't, when you do mediation, you don't seek to see this one or the rules and this one. No, the leave that may be a win-win situation. You try to bring people together. Arbitration is different. They may have a winner and a loser. That's the difference. But the difference with the litigation in court, as we say, did not follow. People can use their way, they can decide where the arbitration will be, they can bring it here in hotel, not in court. They can decide their judges who are the truthers, and those judges, even those that may not be lawyers, to say, I will bring my neighbor, will bring your neighbors, and maybe our friends, this will sit together and try to settle our disputes. That's what we call arbitration. And the last one was the implementation of judgment. If the country not comply with the court decision, with that. So far, I think we don't have a mechanism of enforcement judgment, of enforcement of judgment in EAC. But so far, country complies voluntarily. So far, countries comprise voluntarily, and the cases cited, for example, the TQ and the others, Sometimes people bring cases to court because of laws violating their rights or something. If the law can order the court can sometimes the court order that the law is violating the treaty, that law is amended, an act or can be changed or removed. We have so far I think 8 or 7% of court decisions are executed or are implemented voluntarily. Or I think you may go and okay. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. You want to comment?
Yes.
Yeah, in a minute, I'm going to move to the next. That's all.
I remember Maria, I'm sorry, talked about the issue of what's not providing legal operations. I don't know what you meant in criminal cases. That's why I got it in criminal cases.
No, that's not what I mean. I said we could use the traditional justice system for healing and also some kind of reparation.
Then that's
just to complement what the formal justice system do.
Oh, that's good.
And thank you very much. Have a simple next. LVBC. LVM4. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Many people confuse the O and LVBC and the one that's the all institutions of the community and the assistant institutions. And 3 questions, but before I respond, in the program there was entertainment. But I really missed it. So next time, please, those organizers, we should have this entertainment. It's very important. One question was general. I think this should be responded by the Secretariat. I think those people who deal with trade. How does EAC contribute to the facilitation of young people so that they can do their entrepreneurship? I think this is generally it can be responded by the EAC, but I can also supplement on the part of the before that we have carried out training on this. And right now we have aquaculture, we have what is called a Turkish project, which train stakeholders on business skills. So this is being taken for and aquaculture. And in aquaculture, we have a directorate and aquaculture, but it's still relatively new. We used to have aquaculture fisheries, but now we have aquaculture. The director for that directorate is from Burundi. It's called EAC Secretariat. But we also intend in this coming financial year's budget to set aside funds for training in financial management and also business skills, because this has been demanded by many of our stakeholders. So this will be taken care of. Aquaculture is another question. It's not very known, but I said before that NBL4 embarked on aquaculture very recently within the directorate, which has just been established, and now we have a director who is working on that. And therefore, we shall make all it takes to ensure that aquaculture is very well known. But in Uganda, aquaculture is contributing significantly to local fish production, and also brought by Kenya and Tanzania. So, but here in Burundi, yes, aquaculture is not very known, but we have plans for Burundi. So just wait for that. Number 3 is defecation of the day by fishers. When they go out fishing, they go very far, and they don't have toilets, so it means they just defecate the day. This is an issue of environment, and we as the before we are just stakeholders, but somebody who could take charge and those people who live in the environment. We have the Solidarity Commission, but we also have authorities in the partner states who deal with matters related to environment. But it's only those fisheries will improve the lake. I think the major pollution of domestic waste comes from municipalities or towns which are near lakes. For instance, Uganda here, I think the waste goes to Tanganyika, and also from factories, also they go to Tanganyika. So I think that is a much more threat than even this fisherman, because the quantity or the amount of liquid waste that is discharged into the lakes is much more from municipalities than from these fishers. But we, therefore, what we do is just to sensitize the fishers on the dangers of polluting the lake from liquid waste. So we do whatever it takes. We ensure that they are knowledgeable. We do also have places in Tanzania. EAC has a project which is funded by university in the UK, which only deals with waterborne diseases. So it is very possible also to have sites along the lakes and also establish a project so that you can learn more about it and also suspect the fishes from the dangers of polluting the lake, and also what appropriate action could be taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And they will be busy now to be together so that they complement each other for every busy. Thank you.
I think there was no substantive question that was asked to LBBC, but since the institution mentioned on capping the pollution that is going to the lake and the environment, for those who have been involved with the LBBC, we had a project I mentioned to them, which is supporting the partner states to develop municipal laws and stream them into their national laws. Those are meant to cap the pollution in the basin, but also we have a project that is funded by the Cape that is called Integrated Water Resources Management. One of the key activities we are aiming at having, or rather implementing high priority investments, the infrastructure investment that will go a long way to address the issue of everyone discharge into the lake for the riparian countries, but also in other countries like Rwanda and Burundi, who also play a very critical role in as far as the sustainability of the basin is concerned. That's what I will do in terms of addressing the issue of pollution. I also alluded on the resource efficiency cleaner production technologies, of which we have implemented and supported the partner states sector. So we have materials and studies and reports to inform the researchers and other policies in Africa.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor. We get to 3 months and respond to the comment that was made.
Thank you, Madam. I'm respond briefly to questions now. The first is about culture, which is not. It was a letter question, but I want to stress on this and show this link between culture and mention again that to show that culture is not only it doesn't have to do only with exhibition. I would like to stress on what was said by Lady Justice. All of these traditional institutions which are involved in conflict resolution. The example of Rwanda, which was shown. And the other examples, and she said that in other countries, in all countries, there are such institutions. So this shows that culture goes beyond exhibitions, because if we go deep into our cultures, we will find something to do with justice, something to do with environment, something to do with human rights, and so on. All these concepts that on which we think that they are modern, without thinking that we have something traditional which has to do with this. And yes, on the same matter, the way of wearing the attire. I am happy that there is a change in mindset, and I liked the supplement from my colleague, Dr. Cecily Watasha, who actually speaks by an example, because she is born in Gitenge. And the change of mindset I want to bring in is, for example, in terms of eating. There was a time Bulgari, for example, was considered as food for poor people. But these 10 or 20 years, I mean here in Burundi, these 10 or 20 years, we see that something is changing in what I would mention as a serious restaurants. You can order Bulgari, which was not possible before. And I am looking forward to seeing a hotel like Chiri Garden being able to serve Bulgari. I hope that this day come. The other change of mindset is about Ganga, as mentioned. In Burundi, on the occasion of Labor Day and Independence Day, since some 3 or 4 years ago, since 4 years ago, the government has recommended that the attire which is put on this day is Gitenge. Gitenge, not made in China, but made by Afritextile, one of our industry here. And this brings a value added to the products, and also in terms of the gains. Yes, the documentation about culture, it is very, very important, and we can, and I'm happy that some institutions like UNESCO have been this. I have been involved twice in the documentation of the cultural inheritance, and I realized that it makes many aspects of the culture known. Yes, the standards in the cultural standards, it's very, very important. And I think that all of this matter, the share of experiences in occasions like Jamafest can help, because we know that there are some countries which have achieved more on this matter, and which can inspire other countries. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand clap to our presenters. Thank you very much for the insightful presentations. And to the participants, thank you very much for keeping the conversation live. We have really been an active audience, and we look forward to more engagement tomorrow. We have more interactive topics. Don't miss out. We apologize for ending this late. You know, issues to do with the opening ceremony, but tomorrow we shall have more time for a fruitful engagement. Thank you very much.
Yeah, what invited to lunch.
Oh, hello. The Honorable TSG is inviting me for lunch, please. Yeah, so please honor his request and his invitation. Thank you very much. Oh, we are requesting, can you lead us in a prayer?
Yes, before you go out, we are ready for the lunch.
So that we want to thank you for the time. Want to thank you for the presence of the day. Want to thank you for the session and taking us through. As we are going out for the meal, we pray that you bless it and sanctify it. May you sanctify our bodies so that we cause we praise and sanctify. Amen.
So after lunch, there will be no sessions. We are all supposed to go back to the stadium for the performances and the exhibition, which is still ongoing. We meet here tomorrow morning at 8. Tomorrow we are starting early because we have a long session. We have much more interesting presentations. So please, let's start at 8. If you're not here, we'll start without you. But we